Meeting of the Planning Committee. I'm Councillor Keith Driver. I'm the Chair of the Planning Committee and I'll be chairing the meeting. To begin with, there's a few matters of housekeeping. Action in the event of emergency, there are no practice alarms planned for this meeting, so if an alarm sound, please evacuate the City Hall by going down the main staircase and out to the War Memorial in front of City Hall. This meeting is being live streamed to the Council's YouTube page and will be available after the meeting. Please, when speakers use microphones at all times and speak directly into the microphone, and when participants, please mute the microphone when not speaking. Just go through introductions now. We'll go through members of the committee and officers will introduce themselves. Start from my left is Councillor.
Good morning, I'm Councillor Mike Sands.
Front row. Charlie.
Councillor Charlie Kane.
I'm Councillor Amanda Fox. Councillor Emma Hampton.
At back.
Councillor Jenny Knight. Councillor Kevin Maguire.
Councillor Judith Lover.
Councillor Ian Stewley.
Good morning, Councillor Richard Laws.
Morning, Councillor Chris Smith.
Hi, Councillor Ash Haynes.
And the officers.
Good morning, I'm David Parkin, I'm the Development Manager for the City Council.
One at the back.
I'm Sarah Hinchcliffe, Planning Officer.
Thank you.
Lara Emerson, Development Management Team Leader.
Samuel Walker, Planning Officer.
One more.
Ione Berwick, Senior Committee Officer.
Brilliant, thank you. Members of the committee may use electronic devices to access their meeting papers, but we do ask that members don't use these devices to message anyone in or outside the meeting regarding the application under discussion. Members are reminded not to discuss any of the application during the breaks. Visitors are welcome to use mobile phones and other devices, including cameras, but please use them discreetly. Set them to silent and do not use voice or camera flash functions. We have a short break about 12 o'clock, and between 1 and 2, if there's any business left to be resolved. That's it, I think, for that. We move on to the agenda now. Apologies for absence.
We've had apologies from Councillors Giles and Harper, and Councillor Maguire is acting as Councillor Giles' substitute and Councillor Smith as Councillor Harper's substitute.
Thank you for that. Declarations of interest, anyone? Councillor Hampton.
For the item on Slow Bottom Park, which I can't remember what number it is, I think it's been put back, hasn't it? I'd just like to make it clear that although I consider myself predisposed because of the overlap with parks in my portfolio, although it sits with major projects, so it isn't strictly in my portfolio, I'm more than willing to look at it with an open mind on what's in front of us, so don't consider myself predetermined.
Thank you. Any other declarations? Councillor Lovett.
Yes, predetermination on item 4.4, 44 Ipswich Road. I called the application in and I am predetermined.
Thank you.
So I'd like to speak and leave the room.
Yep, no problem at all. No one else? Thank you. As chair, I've decided to change the order of the agenda. We will hear the items in the following order. Kemp's Place, 89 Rackham Road first, 44 Road second, Sleaford Green third, Helena Road fourth place, Cotton House, St Martin's Lane in fifth place, and last of all, Slow Bottom Park. This could be a long meeting, so we'll just have to get further. There's a lot of speakers on Cotton House, about 15. I'll do the next 3 now. That'll be a very long one. So we'll move on to the first one, which is Kemp Place, 89 Rackham Road. I'll ask Samuel Walker to take us through the agenda.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning. So, as the Chair said, 89 Rackham Road, Kemp's Place. This is an existing care home, 30-bed care home for people with learning disabilities and severe mental health issues. Rackham Road is in the north of the city. It is parallel to Catton Grove Road to the east. Philadelphia Lane is to the south, and we've got to a higher level, but adjacent to the north, we have Atto Walk and George Pope Road. To the west is Pointers Field, and to the, I haven't moved on to the site location plan. To the west is Pointers Field, and to the south is Waterloo Park. So the proposal, so as existing, this is the building. I'll skip on to the proposed drawings. I can always skip back again. So the proposal is for an extension to second floor. It's within the existing footprint of the building, so there's no additional land taken up, so it's an efficient use of land. The building is to build upon the floor here in this location. Is that what it's showing? It's not showing us red on the screen anymore. Aha. So, yeah. So actually, I'll skip back to the first one. So as existing, we've got a two-storey element to the north elevation here and a hipped end. And the proposal is for an extension vertically to that two-storey element there. So we have additional rooms here. So you've got a gable end on that roof there. You have additional dormer window there. And then when you come around to the side there, there's dormer windows in the roof on that elevation. So I'll go back there. So hipped roof there becomes gabled roof, and you have dormer windows in there and two dormer windows in this section of the existing roof side. So no horizontal development, it's all vertical within the footprint. The proposed rooms here on the second floor reflect the scale and layout of the rooms on the floor below. So it's a tried and tested model within this location. The care home is run by a company who have experience in the field. They have two homes in Norfolk, including this one. They have CQC rating good for this property. We have had consultation responses from Norfolk County Council's Adult Social Services, who have expressed that there is a lack of supply of this type of facility within Norwich, and this will address an unmet need from a provider with experience in a location which is already established. The application has raised some highways concerns, both from letters of representation from neighbours and also from the County Council Highways. However, in assessment of the case, there are 6 spaces, car parking spaces on site as existing, and there are 4 undesignated car parking spaces just off site, which are in City Council ownership, but they can be used by local residents as well as the care homes, so 10 spaces. There would be considered by the County Council Highways a shortage of spaces for this property, but they feel that this can be overcome by a travel information plan being submitted to demonstrate ways of getting to the site. There are bus stops on the junction of Angel Road, Elm Grove Lane. There are also bus stops at the local centre at the roundabout near Catton Grove Road. There's a local centre in there. And also about having covered and secure bicycle parking so that people can use bicycles and they can be assured that it will be kept secure and dry within the site, which encourages their use rather than just external bike storage. We have had representations regarding impacts on amenity, concerns with regards to noise and some overlooking. As an existing care home, there was impacts with amenity, so existing noise issues. Neighbours have raised concerns that these may be exacerbated by additional residents. As a managed care home, there's a good point of contact to be able to raise these concerns and hopefully get those addressed with the care providers on site, which is not possible or not as easily possible when you're living within the community. With regards to the topography of the site, so overlooking, I apologise, I put several photos on the screen. It's been mentioned that I should probably have spread them out a bit further, so if anyone wants to zoom in on anything, please let me know. But as you approach the site, as you come up Rackham Road, you're at street level there, but as you come around to the north of the site where the proposal is, there's banking up there, and hopefully if you can see quite substantial retaining walls. So the level that this land is at compared to the land to the north of it, they're at quite a significantly lower level. So the first floor or eaves level of Kemp's Place is probably round about ground level to the north of Atto Walk. So these are photos of the north elevation, trying to capture that topography there. This is at the top of the topography looking back down. This looks back down towards that gap. It's lost the point, hasn't it? This gap here would take you back down towards Rackham Road, so that would be the street level beyond there. It's a private residential dwelling to the left. This is the care home within here as existing. This is round to the west, so George Pope Road would be beyond where the laser pointer here is here on this one. As you can see, there's a high level retaining wall there, then banking, and then the properties beyond have fencing on their curtilage. So it's at application committee today due to objections. The recommendation from officers is to approve the application with the conditions set out at the end of the plan, just after paragraph 71. So that would be in accordance with the plans, materials to match the existing development. Prior to the first use, having a transport scheme in place approved by the council, and also to have covered and secured bicycle stands in place for use of residents and staff. It also actually, I should have said, this has been held up since 2023 due to nutrient neutrality mitigation requirements. The applicant has secured an agreement for credits with Wendell & Beck credit providers. If this application were to be recommended for approval, they would have to purchase the credits prior to a decision being issued.
Thank you, Samuel. We've got no speakers on this one. Is there any questions from the members? Now we'll move on to discussion then. Anyone wish to say anything on this one? Councillor Sands.
Thank you, Chair. It doesn't affect the application at all, but I was wondering if the applicant had any plans to put a lift in, because in a care home, people on the second floor might have some difficulties, but it doesn't affect at all my thoughts on the application.
There aren't any plans to propose a lift in this care home.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? Councillor Norwich?
Yeah, it's not a material planning concern because the interior we can't really comment on, but I am concerned about the function of where the doors are placed. I've worked in care, and those tiny little rooms that are created by all those doors closing on each other on each room, I can imagine to be incredibly confusing for residents. So I was just wondering what assessment has been done into how the shape of those rooms is going to affect both the safety of care workers and the mental health of the residents.
The layout of the rooms reflects the same layout as the rooms that are already in existence in the property. I'm sorry, I don't have experience of care, so I thought as an existing provider with those facilities in place, it seemed like a suitable solution from my assessment.
Okay, thank you. We had no proposals yet, so I'll move one. The approval is recommended to approve, and I'll move that. Have you got a second? Thank you, Councillor Sands. All those in favour, please show. That's unanimous, thank you, so it's been passed. Thank you, Chairman, for that. That's quick. We'll just wait for the planners to swap. They don't shut no more, I've asked. Yeah, I know.
That end one doesn't.
That's why I asked for it to be shut.
That end one doesn't move.
Yeah, okay.
I think you need a big ladder to go up there, doesn't it?
Projector a little bit further across the side. So the screen moves that way.
Do you?
We'll move on now. We're now moving on to 44 Ipswich Road. Yep.
Thank you, Chair. This is a retrospective planning application at 44 Ipswich Road, Norwich. It's for a change of use from a C3 plus dwelling to a sui generis HMO. So this is the application site. We're to the south of the city here, just outside the outer ring road. We've got the property, we've got Ipswich Road here, and we've got to the north we have the Ipswich Road United Reformed Church, and then the surrounding properties are residential. Looking on an aerial view, the cursor shows the location of the property. We've got the church, as I identified earlier, to the north, and its fairly large car park to the front. Surrounding it shows you the sort of grain of surrounding residential properties. And then to the front, the main carriageway of Ipswich Road is here where the cursor is, whereas the property is off of a sort of a quieter section of the Ipswich Road that's separated by some mature trees and a grass verge. So the application site takes the form of a detached two-storey property, two-storey dwelling. So this is the front of the property. You have the church on the right-hand side and a two-storey dwelling on the left-hand side. At the front is a car parking area for 2 cars. There's an area of bin storage, and then there's access round to the rear. And this is a view of the rear of the property. Again, 2-storey with a conservatory, a small patio area, and then you're into mature garden. So you can see the open aspect on the left is to the church, and then a closer aspect on the right is to the residential property adjacent. This is a view down into the rear garden. Like I say, it's a fairly sizable rear garden with a shed and landscaping. This is a view from the church, showing the separation there from the side of the application site, and a wide expanse there before you get to the single-storey church. This is the relationship on the south side with the existing residential dwelling to the south. You can see it's a closer relationship. The residential property adjacent has sort of had extensions that have brought it quite close to the, or on the boundary with the However, the relationship is considered to be acceptable because of the relative position of windows between the two sites, and also the existence of boundary treatments. So this is the site plan that accompanied the application. Like I say, it's retrospective. Some of this shows what exists, and some of this shows which will be secured by planning condition. So at the front of the property, there's 2 parking spaces. There's bin storage there for 4 bins, two are for waste, 2 for recycling, kept within enclosed storage. And to the rear, there's sufficient space to provide cycle parking for up to 8 cycles, either within the shed or additional structures. So this is the property, the internal layout of the property as exists. Like I say, it's retrospective. So there's 8 bedrooms in the property that are arranged across 2 floors. So this is the ground floor layout. It shows that there's 3 bedrooms at ground floor level, 1, 2, and 3, and then the rest of the space at ground floor level is shower and bathroom facilities, including toilets, and communal living space, amenity space. So there's a lounge area, there's a conservatory off of it, and then there's a large kitchen, and behind that there's a smaller, what you'd call a dining kitchen with a dining table and more kitchen facilities. At first floor level, there are a further 5 bedrooms, and there's access at first floor level to a bathroom and a separate WC. All of the properties have access to natural light. They all have light through a window. As you see within your report, the site formerly operated a small-scale care facility, and that use reverted back to a dwelling upon the previous occupiers ceasing to occupy their property. The HMO is thought to have been in operation since at least late 2021. It's got a valid HMO licence for up to 8 residents, and it's licensed by the Council's Public Sector Housing Team, and it's got no reported or outstanding issues from a licensing perspective. There's been a delay in bringing in the application to committee because, as has been the case with a lot of our applications, due to nutrient neutrality impacts and the ability and the need in this case to source mitigation, which is now available. The application, as you see from your report, pages 127, 128, we had objections from residents when this application was initially submitted several years ago now. Mainly the issues that were raised were around noise and antisocial behaviour, around the use of the garden in particular. Concerns about the site being able to cope with 8 residents, and in particular in terms of the parking requirements. Just make you aware of updates since the report was produced, which is within your updates report. There's been 2 further representations received. One has already made representation, one is new because that person wasn't resident in this area at the time the application was made. They're again raising potential possible issues around the ability of the site to accommodate 8 persons while providing acceptable living standards for the occupiers, and to be able to operate without impacting on residential amenity and the residential character of the area. Just clarification within the updates of report as well is that the site can operate as a HMO for up to 6 residents without the need for any formal planning consent, because it's a permitted use under the general permitted development order to go from a dwelling to a maximum 8-person HMO. 6-person, sorry. Just clarify that. So the issues that are set out in the report surround mainly the provision of adequate amenity and living conditions for the occupiers and the impact on the amenity of existing adjacent properties. The living standards within the property are considered to meet those required within the public sector housing amenity standards, which is what the licence is based on. So that includes space standards, things like access to adequate ventilation, the amount of kitchen and bathroom facilities and fire safety measures. So officers consider that the internal layout meets with the planning policy amenity requirements to allow 8 residents to occupy the property. The application is accompanied by a management and operations statement that's been provided by the letting agent, and this details matters around house rules, maintenance, and dispute and antisocial behaviour management. And this is in order to try to protect neighbours from noise and disturbance, but also to provide security for residents as well. And you see from the planning conditions at the end of the report that it's proposed to secure operation of the property in accordance with that management and operations statement. It's a sustainable, considered to be a sustainable location on a public transport corridor on the Ipswich Road, and therefore the levels of car and cycle parking, which is the cycle parking is still to be secured by planning condition, are appropriate for the location. So the 2 parking spaces and 8 cycle spaces. There's no unacceptable impacts on the amenity or living and working conditions of neighbouring occupiers or the new occupants. And this represents the provision of housing for communal occupation, which provides tenure and cost options which contribute to the range of housing types across the city. And it will not result in over-provision of this particular type of accommodation within this part of the city. Therefore, the recommendation is to approve the application, subject to the conditions on page 136 of your report, and subject to the payment of the recreational access mitigation strategy tariff and the purchase of those nutrient neutrality mitigation credits. There's a supplementary part to the recommendation that is, as the application is retrospective and the use has already commenced, that if those tariff payments are not made within a 3-month period, then the decision would revert back as a delegated decision to officers to refuse the application because of that non-provision of those items. And then we'd need to carry out any necessary enforcement action. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, for that. We have got some speakers on this one, and the first one is Chris Jones. Yeah, and you're allowed 3 minutes. Thank you.
Yeah. Well, I'm a near neighbour. I live 2 doors away, and I remember the consultation process when this house became a MENCAP home, and it was, approved for 6 bedrooms for a maximum of 7 occupants. So there were 5 bedrooms upstairs, and the front room downstairs was used as a bedroom, and then there was large and ample living space behind. And what Mr. Ackler-Kutzman has done is to, increase his rental income by producing without authorisation, obviously, producing a couple more bedrooms by dividing the living space by half, and then turning what was an office. It's only 7 metres square. It's a very poky little room. The door opens outward. The window looks onto a 5 metre wide passage with a fence behind it, and about all you can get into that is a bed and a wardrobe. If you need to work at home, or you want a dressing table or an exercise bike or whatever, you cannot get it into that room. So, given that the house is already licensed as a multiple occupancy for 6 people, and that's what the planning committee back in 1987 thought was a suitable density level for it. Should the committee now be licensing what I think is an over-densification? I mean, certainly no more than 7 bedrooms, and I don't think that poky little room should be licensed as a bedroom at all. I think the decision comes down to the people living there are paying £200 a week or more for a room in a shared house. And should they not be entitled to the same sort of standards of space and accommodation as MENCAP people when it was a shared house for the previous 35 years? So I think it's up to you to sort of scrutinise the sort of change of use for very carefully. I'll leave you to Judith.
Thank you. I've also got the local councillor, one of the local councillors. Judith, you have 3 minutes as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. As a City Councillor for Eton, I know the property well and am familiar with its history as a MENCAP care home for people with physical and mental disabilities. With 5 bedrooms and supervision on site, it was not in any way a nuisance to neighbours during the years it operated. When this use ceased around 2020, it became a house of multiple occupation, but without planning permission to lawfully operate as such. Now, over 4 years later, we have an opportunity to consider carefully this retrospective change of use to an 8-bedroomed HMO and its potential impact on the amenity and residential character of the immediate area. The occupation by 8 unrelated residents in a property, originally designed as a family dwelling, is materially different from the previously operated care facility and represents a significant intensification of residential occupation. In planning policy context, DM13 and DM2 requires that proposals for HMOs must provide a high standard of residential amenity for existing and future occupiers. It must avoid detrimental impacts on neighbouring amenity, including noise, activity, and use of external amenity space. The conversion of the property has not resulted in a high standard of residential amenity for existing or future occupiers, with a poor layout and with 1 bedroom being below the national standard in terms of size. The neighbours have objected to the application, and in paragraph 54 of the report, it's documented that their lived experience of the detrimental impact to them of noise and antisocial behaviour, especially on numerous occasions during the summer months, with the use of the garden for parties continuing late into the night and revving of motorbikes during these occasions. It has therefore been demonstrated and a conclusion drawn that the detrimental amenity impacts that have been experienced are materially greater than those normally associated with a single dwelling, and are therefore contrary to policies normally as policies DM13 and DM2. In addition, this application, if approved, has the ability to negatively impact on the character of the area. Eton Rise is almost entirely owner-occupied. One rarely ever sees a to let sign on the estate. To have an 8-bed HMO would set a precedent and would adversely impact the character of this quite residential area. On the subject of mix of housing, Eton already has, in other areas of the ward, many houses in multiple occupation, especially close to the university. So for the reasons set out above, for the reasons I've already stated, I would ask the committee to refuse the application, which would still allow the landlord to continue to have 6 occupants, but without the intense use and adverse detrimental impact of 8 tenants. However, should the committee be minded to approve the application, I would ask that a copy of the management and operations statement be made available to the near neighbours at 46, 48 Ipswich and also 8 Leichhardt Road to the rear of the property, all of whom have experienced the antisocial behaviour and noise related to the property, for them to have a copy of the management and operations statement, along with the details of the current letting agents, for them to be able to contact if there were any further issues of disturbance. Thank you.
Thank you for that. We have got the applicant here, and Claire, you're allowed 6 minutes. Or less if you want. That's fine. Thank you.
So on behalf of the landlord, I'm the letting agency. I have been letting the house now for a year. No issues that we've arised. You stated that obviously the noise that you heard about motorcycles, that was at the previous, that was at the start of it becoming a HMO, or with a different company. So what we do is we make sure that we vet all our tenants to make sure that they are responsible. We try and make it affordable for single occupants, such as students, but mainly young professionals who are just trying to make a bit of independence without paying the high prices. Obviously stating that people pay quite a lot of money for accommodation. I try and make sure that it is adequate for each and every student, every professional that comes in that looks for a room, that we can kind of help them, make them become, independent in all shape and forms. In relation to the parking, we have the previous agencies had removed the wall. We're going to put the wall back up there, so it makes there's no verge parking. There's no troubles with the parking. We make sure that whenever a tenant comes to us, we make sure that if they say they drive, okay, is this property adequate for them to have a vehicle in the area? We don't want to cause any traffic. We don't want to cause any disruption. As for the comment on the smaller bedroom, surely that everyone gets to see the rooms. They make a choice in their rooms. The person that has been staying in that room has been fine, has no complaints. We are happy to provide all the neighbours with contact details, with anything that they need to have a discussion with. They can contact me directly and make a complaint, whether it's by email or by call or by text message. My line is always open. I don't really know, this is my first time doing all this, really. So for me, I'm just on behalf of the landlord. Anything that may come up, I can put forward to him. We are happy to make adjustments and to make it more residential area. We don't want to make anyone feel uncomfortable in their own home with whether it be noise, sound, parties. But at the moment, we don't really have a high base of students in that property. We have professionals who are checked, background checked, and I kind of make sure that we have a cleaner that goes in every 2 weeks. I have the fire safety all done, all the HMO inspections, all the regulations that need to be done. The tenants have complete communication with me at all times. Same with the landlord as well. The landlord will arise anything, I then deal with it personally. That's it really. If anyone got any questions, I don't know.
No, they can't ask you questions, I'm afraid.
All right.
That's the planning committee. Okay, we'll move on to questions now for the members. We've just got wait for Judith to leave. Sorry about that. Thank you. Right, questions to the planning officer, Amanda Potts, Councillor.
As some of you know, I live in a shared house, and 7 people to 1 bathroom seems like excessively high. I can't see how that can give people, like the tenants, a quality of life, because I think there is one ensuite for one of the bedrooms, so one person gets an ensuite, but the other 7 residents have a single bathroom. I just wondered if you could comment on that.
There's more than one bathroom. Sorry if there's any confusion here. There's in the ground floor. There are 2 shower rooms. It's down here is a wet room and an accessible wet room. So there's 2. Yeah, there's 2, which both have a toilet within them. At the first floor there's a bathroom with a WC, and it's not shown on here, but I understand that bedroom 4 has ensuite facilities. So there's more than one, and it meets the standards in terms of.
Okay, thank you. Any more questions? Councillor Knight.
Yeah, if bedroom 4 has an ensuite, why is it not pictured on there?
An error when the plans were drawn.
Thank you. Any other questions? Councillor Smith first.
I was just going to ask, because obviously we're talking about 8 residents across 8 bedrooms. Is that restricted to 8 residents across 8 bedrooms? Or is there a possibility that there could be couples living in some of these at times?
The licence restricts it to 8 residents. there's a planning condition that would restrict the occupation to concur with the licence as well. So it's a maximum of 8, so you couldn't have double occupancy.
Councillor Smith?
Sorry, Chair, if I can just come back on that. Even if the licence were varied, the HMO licence would vary, the planning condition as would stand at 8.
Thank you, Chair. Just want to ask, how much weight do we need to give to the issue of the one bedroom being 7.23 metres below the 7.5 floor space for the national standard? I'm assuming that standard is a guideline rather than a red line, or else we wouldn't be talking about it. But if you could explain a bit more about how that works, I'd be grateful.
You'd look to try to meet those standards. It's not always possible, not just for HMOs, for other applications that we have in terms of space standards, for dwelling sizes, etc. Taken as a whole, it's a very small miss, let's say, point. The difference between 7.23 square metres measured on the plan and 7.5 square metres is not considered to be sufficient. The size of that room isn't, and its lack of ability to specifically meet 7.5 is not considered to be sufficient reason to refuse the entire application now.
Councillor Hampton?
Councillor Smith has just asked exactly what I was going to say.
Okay, Councillor Knight, another question?
Yeah, just in the equalities and diversities issues section, 71 says that there are no equality and diversity issues, and then 72 says that we've considered it in due regard to the Equalities Act. So which is it? Is there an equality issue or is there not one?
Paragraph 7.2 is just providing further clarification specific to the public sector equality duty, which has come subsequent to sort of the general considerations around equality and diversity.
Abby? Thank you. There's no more questions. We'll move on to discussions now. Proposals, anyone? No one wishes to say anything? We'll move on now to the proposal then. The proposal is to accept this, and I will move that. Have I got a second? Thank you, Councillor Sands. All those in favour, please show. And that's unanimous as well. Thank you. Now move on to the third item, or someone need to call Judith back. Thank you. Okay, thank you everyone. Meeting's now starting again. We're now moving on to Sleaford Green, and I'll ask Danielle to take us through the report. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning. So my application is at 42 to 101 Sleaford Green. The site is located on the northwest side of Sleaford Green, which is in the North City area, Marcross Ward, and the site comprises several blocks of flats, 3-storey blocks of flats that are connected by communal walkways and central stairwells. Here's an aerial view of the site. So access from the highway can be through at any point, and at the moment, access to each communal stairwell via the pathways is unrestricted. The proposal is to enclose the entryways with steel security doors at the points highlighted on this plan here. There's a total of 20 openings, and so a total of 20 doors being installed. Through consultation, some concerns were raised in terms of design and the impact on the appearance of the building. So just to give some examples of visuals through the site, just some views from the communal areas that you can see here, and then here's some examples of the entryways to be enclosed. So as you can see, each entryway has sort of 2 openings, 2 to 3 openings, and then access to ground floor flats, and then communal stairwells, which would lead to the flats on the upper floors. The proposal is to fully enclose those openings with steel doors that will be painted blue. The doors will have secure entry via fobs and a call panel that would allow residents to allow entry to visitors via a handset that will be installed within their flat. During the course of the consultation period, it was raised that access to block 96 to 101 would have no access to a public highway via a footpath when these doors were installed. Historically, this footpath here would have connected to the highway via a garage site, which was developed into housing about 10 years ago, and is now blocked off by a low-level wall. So in response to that, the proposal also includes landscaping to reinstate a pathway that used to be there that will connect to an existing access onto Eglinton Mews in the north corner of the site, and a fence panel will be removed. And we are proposing to recommend approval of the scheme with a condition that that pathway is installed prior to first use of the doors. Several other objections were raised during the course of the consultation period, which referred to non-material planning concerns that are covered in the report. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. We now move on to questions. Any questions, anyone from members? Councillor Knight?
Sorry, I'm going back to the equalities and diversity section, but the enclosure of the entranceway may impact people with mobility issues or wheelchair and pushchair users to a degree, which is unlikely to be adversely affect accessibility for any of the flats above ground floor level. Aren't the ground floor level flats the ones that are most likely to have the accessibility need?
The ground floor flats, the majority of the ground floor flats have a stepped entry, they aren't level access. So the inclusion of the doors is unlikely to further impede access to those flats.
Thank you. Yes, Jenny?
Sorry, so why does it say that it may impact them if it's unlikely to impact them?
I can't say for definite there would never be any impact to anybody, but it's the impact is not significant to cause a warrant refusal of the application.
Thank you, Councillor Haynes.
In one of the objections on the website, there's a reference in it to the residential block 96 to 101 won't have any access to the front or rear door apart from over a wall. I find that quite hard to believe in the terms of that we wouldn't have thought of that layout. Sorry, it doesn't refer to the report, it does refer to the comments on the website here. But is that correct? And if so, how are we going to manage that access with the new doors?
So that access that's what the footpath will allow. So so at the moment, it might be easier to show you. Yeah. At the moment, residents would have free access through any of the other openings across the site to get to that block. But if they wanted direct access from the highway, but once these doors are installed, they will be for residents of that block. So they would either have to be granted entry to cross through several doorways. So they're proposing to install this pathway, which would have pedestrian access from Eglinton Mews, or it would also connect to pathways from Sleaford Green that would allow residents to access the doors externally there.
Thank you. I've just got one question I'd like to ask. It's about the door entry system. And the police are objected to have the trade button on there, which will mean that any member of the public can just push the trade button and walk in at certain times during the day. Is there a system where that could actually be changed on the door system, intercom or anything like that, to stop that happening?
So I think it should be noted that the police comments are recommendations that cover all areas of crime prevention and security, not just planning matters, and that the inclusion of a trade button on the call panel is an operational or management function that isn't controlled, that can't realistically be controlled within the planning process. But the operational hours of that trade button can be reprogrammed by management of the site, or can also be disabled if necessary.
Thank you. Any other questions? Councillor Knight?
Yeah, in point 24, it says that there is a public benefit in the reduction of opportunities for crime, but then instances of crime and antisocial behaviours have not been evidenced. How can we say that we're reducing crime when there's no evidence of crime?
That evidence hasn't been provided as part of the planning application because, it's not necessary in this instance, but that doesn't mean there haven't been instances, but it's not also it's a prevention method as well, or a deterrent as well.
Thank you. If there's no more questions, we move on to discussion. Councillor Sands.
Thank you, Chair. At the moment, with these being open, of course, with the rain in the right direction, these areas become quite wet inside. With the doors put on there, will the doors prevent water ingress coming in under the doors, damping what will become lobby areas, or is there some mitigation against that? And second question, should a need arise at some stage in the future, is there the potential to install lobby cameras?
So the doors will fully enclose the openings. I can't comment as to whether in certain instances of rainfall there might be some water ingress, but they will be fully enclosed. With regards to lobby cameras, that they'd be internal, so it wouldn't require planning permission if they did need to be installed in the future.
Thank you. Move on to discussion now. Anyone wish to say anything? Councillor Knight?
It feels a bit Big Brother, doesn't it? To be putting in security when there hasn't been evidence of crime. And I am concerned about the equality issues and how it seems to contradict itself. But I can't find any material planning concerns to vote against, so I will abstain.
Councillor Maguire?
Thank you, Chair. I've similar blocks in my ward, and I know people would kill to have security systems. As well as crime, there is fear of crime. Fear of crime is much greater, and I'm fully in support of this. Thank you.
Thank you. There's no more discussion and no proposals been put. The recommendation is to approve, and I will move that. For the seconder, please. Thank you, Councillor Sands. Any discussion, anyone? All those in favour, please show.
So that is a recorded vote. So voting in favour are Councillor Driver, Mike Sands, Councillor Kane, Councillor Fox, Councillor Hampton, Councillor Maguire, Councillor Lubbock, Councillor Stuteby, Councillor Laws, Councillor Smith, and Councillor Haynes.
Anyone against? Abstentions?
So abstaining is Councillor Knight.
Thank you. So that application has been approved. Thank you very much. We'll move on to the next one now. We just wait for planners to sort their seats out again, and we'll get on with 41 Labour Road.
The application under consideration is 26/00103/F. The site is 41 Helena Road, a residential property in the Nelson ward located northwest of the city centre. The proposal is for a single-storey rear extension. This is the location plan for the property outlined in red. It is a terrace property with a long and narrow garden to the rear, which can be accessed through a shared side entrance. To the rear, there is an existing two-storey extension with a mono-pitch roof. Here is the existing elevation. This is the current rear-facing elevation with its existing two-storey extension. Here are some pictures of the site taken by the applicant. These pictures showcase the relationship between 41 Helena Road and its adjoining neighbour 39 Helena Road with their own extension. The proposed extension will be positioned here, beyond the existing two-storey extension and along the boundary with the neighbour. Here is an aerial view showing the current layout of the property. The extension will be positioned here. It will leave large amounts of space at the rear of the garden. Here are the proposed elevations for the application. The extension will measure 4.1 metres in length and 2.7 metres in width. The extension will have a roof made of standing seam metal that slopes towards the rear of the garden. That measures 3.8 metres at the ridge and 3.2 at the eaves. The slope roof helps to reduce overshadowing, which will not have a significant impact on the neighbouring property as it's running along the neighbour's own extension, so will not impact the amenity of the garden space. The extension has a corner window which will not cause significant overlooking problems as it is not facing directly into any neighbouring properties. The window faces the rear of the property and the neighbour at 43 Helena Road, but there is a significant gap between these properties taken up by the applicant's garden and the shared access alleyway. The materials for the extension will be matching brickwork and white aluminium for the windows and doors which match the colours of the existing property. These materials are acceptable in ensuring the extension fits the site. These are the proposed plans of the extension, showing that the internal works of the extension will be a kitchen. Here is the position of the extension placed beyond the existing two-storey extension, leaving space with the patio area by the property and further garden space beyond the extension. We have received no objections regarding this proposal. In conclusion, I'd like to recommend to this committee that you approve application 26-00103/F regarding the proposed single-storey extension.
Thank you. I understand this is a member of someone who worked for City Hall, that's why it's come to committee. Any questions, anyone to the officer? No. We'll move on to discussion. No, thank you. I'll move the recommendation, which is to approve. Have I got a second for that? Thank you, Councillor Sands. Anyone? All those in favour, please show. That's unanimous. Thank you. Thank you. That's nice and quick as well.
Just 2 minutes, just to get people in.
Just to get people in. To get everyone seated.
Fine.
Yes.
Okay, we've got to get no more people in council chamber. They're waiting outside as well. I know we're already full, but we will have a break for 5 minutes, and then we move on to Cotton House, where we've got about 16 speeches and about 13 statements. Okay, thank you very much. We will start the committee again. Just a couple of things. If anyone needs to use the toilet, the ladies are down there on the left of the corridor, and the gents is right down the other end of the corridor on the right. We've got a couple of new people in here, so I'll get them to introduce themselves. Thank you. Sarah.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, everybody. My name is Sarah Ashurst. I'm the Head of Planning and Regulatory Services. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, all. My name is Jodie Cunnington-Brook, and I'm a planning lawyer from MP Law.
Thank you very much. And we'll ask to go through the report. I'll find out what it is. Thank you. You've got your name. Thank you. If you can take us through the report, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. The applications before you are references 25/00713/F and 25/00714/L, seeking full planning permission and listed building consent for the change of use of upper ground floor from dental surgery to flat, removal of boundary wall and construction of replacement wall separating parking and garden to flats, as well as internal works to the building. The application site is Cotman House, 7 St Martin at Palace Plain, Norwich, and the application is recommended for approval subject to the conditions listed in the report. For those not familiar with the site, Cotman House is located on St Martin at Palace Plain, fronting a large pedestrian footway and courtyard. St Martin at Palace Plain connects Tombland to the southwest and Whitefriars Bridge to the north, leading to Barrack Street and St Crispin's Road. The site's front access is entirely pedestrian, however the site also has rear access from Pies Yard, which is a residential street with various properties fronting the River Wensum. Other commercial properties on St Martin at Palace Plain also have access from Pies Yard. Pies Yard is accessed via Bedding Lane, which in turn connects the Quayside and Joseph Lancaster Way, where there have been a number of residential dwellings developed. Bedding Lane is a single lane road, passes between an office building, listed as Flint Buildings, currently operated under Howard Percival, and the Wig and Pen pub, which shares its boundary wall with Cotman House as a direct neighbour. The above images show the front elevation of Cotman House, building of 18th century origins of Grade 2 style listed and located within the city centre conservation area. The building is set over 3 main stories with an additional basement. The basement, first and second floors currently serve residential flats, with the upper ground floor subject to this application serves the existing dental practice. No physical works to the front elevation of the building are proposed within this application. The following slide shows listed buildings adjacent to Cotman House, with St Martin at Palace Church in the background, and street infrastructure including cycle rails and barrel stands in the foreground. The following slide shows the relationship between Cotman House and the adjacent commercial premises, including the offices and the Wig and Pen pub. The land to the front of the pub is also utilised for outdoor seating during the summer months, as pictured on the right. This image is taken of the rear of Cotman House from within Pies Yard, which is accessed via Bedding Lane to the right side of this image. Cotman House is highlighted in the red box. To the foreground, the boundary wall to the rear of the property is proposed to be removed to facilitate improved access to the existing vehicle parking area. The images show the existing parking area, bin storage and rear yard, which is used to provide access to the basement, first and second floor dwellings via the main staircase in the rear end of the building. This land provides space for parking provision for the individual units as well as for bin storage. The image to the right shows the difference in land height, where a small number of steps take you down to the rear yard. This would be reserved for the use of the dwellings. The line at the top of the steps roughly depicts where the new proposed boundary wall would sit, covering the full width of the land to where the car is parked. A lockable gate would provide access to the yard space and existing access to the dwellings, with the steps proposed to be moved closer to the building to allow for appropriate landing space. Here you can see the existing rear access to the building to its main staircase through the door on the right, and a separate door to the basement flat on the left, which is just visible behind this tree here. 3 storage doors in the middle currently provide cycle storage for the 3 dwellings, and the proposal would see cycle storage for the basement flat moved to a storage room internally in order to free up for the proposed upper ground floor flat. No alterations are proposed to the historic front walls, and full details of the external wall construction are proposed to be required by condition, including sample materials, details of brick bonding and mortar. The above images show the existing access to the rear of Cotman House. To access Cotman House, a sharp 180-degree turn must be made with a narrow turning circle due to the opposite garage. The majority of this land is not owned by the applicant, to be understood, and also facilitates access and parking for neighbouring commercial premises. It is understood that the use of this land has also led to some civil disputes over access to each adjacent site. There are also highway safety concerns with this blind turn, of which the removal of the boundary wall would alleviate. The images show the arrangement of parking spaces on Pye's Yard, clearly demarked along with other plants and trees within the vicinity, which contribute positively to the appearance of Pye's Yard. Landscaping of the site will ensure that the appearance of the site fronting the street is attractive and coherent, contributing positively to the conservation area. So the plans here show the existing layout of the upper ground floor dental practice, with the surgery room, waiting room and reception area, along with a toilet, decon room and staff office to the rear. The upper ground floor is accessible solely by the main external door on the front elevation, with the landing and staircase to other floors sealed off here. The internal works proposed include the installation of stud walls, as shown by the red lines on the plans, to separate the waiting room reception area into a bedroom and ensuite, with a hallway leading to the WC and shower room in the existing reception corner. The wall within the decon room is proposed to be removed to open up bedroom 3, and the existing door blocked off with another stud wall. The proposed internal changes are minimal in order to facilitate the conversion, and while some of the loss of the historic fabric is regrettable, the harm is considered to be less than substantial, and listed building consent is recommended for approval, subject to the conditions listed. These have also been supported by the consultee within the conservation design team. It is worth noting that the plans for the proposed floor plan are similar layout to that of the first floor as existing. The existing external plans show the boundary wall, an access point to the north from Pye's Yard, as per the images shown previously. Whilst no parking layout has specifically been provided as part of this application, details of suitable parking arrangement with 4 vehicle spaces, 1 per dwelling, will form part of the conditions within the recommendation. This will also facilitate the provision of suitable bin storage, space for presenting on collection day, safe foot access to the new gate, and landscaping and planting. Details of drop curbs and construction of vehicle crossings are also to be required via planning condition, as recommended by the Highways Authority. Cycle storage shown here within the site plan for the upper ground, first and second floors, with the basement flat cycle storage relocated internally. The proposed plans also depict the construction of a small storage building to the rear of the main building. Full details of materials will also be required through condition to ensure quality and coherence with the site and surroundings. The proposed boundary wall behind the parking area is also considered to be acceptable in principle, measuring 2.1 metres in height, constructed using Norfolk red bricks. Again, further details will be required confirming the exact materials, samples, mortar and joining with existing boundary treatment. So there's everything directly related to the proposed works. Change of use is primarily considered against policies DM22, DM17, both of which are, DM22 is considered to be met whilst there are conflicts with DM17. The full assessment is outlined within the report. The application is recommended to approval, subject to the conditions listed and subject to the purchase of neutrality credits prior to any determination being given if the council recommended to approve. Thank you.
Thank you, Murphy, for that. We have got a few speakers we've got to call up. If I get your names wrong, I must apologise now before we read about it wrong. So our first one is Justin Davis, and you have 3 minutes. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Can everybody hear me? Ladies and gentlemen of the Planning Committee, I have come to speak today representing the voices of 12 members of my family to express our deep concern regarding the proposed development that threatens to close Cotman House Dental Surgery. This practice has been the cornerstone of my family's dental health and well-being for the last 20 years, in addition to supporting approximately 1,500 members of the local community. Firstly, why this dentist and not another? Having been a private patient in different practices in Kent, London and Cambridgeshire, I can state categorically that finding a professional, competent, affordable dentist is very difficult, and finding someone who will provide some care for NHS patients near to impossible. The exceptional care provided by Jonathan Frost and his staff have kept my own teeth and that of my children, parents, siblings stable for over 20 years. I'm happy to expand on specifics if needed. Secondly, contrary to the planning report, patients' comments should be material to the consideration of change of use. Whilst Norwich City Council may have limited direct responsibilities when it comes to being able to commission or provide NHS dental services directly, they have a statutory responsibility to improve public health, which includes considering healthcare infrastructure needs when approving developments. Norwich City Council has a statutory responsibility to represent residents' concerns about dental access. Norwich City Council has a statutory responsibility to promote oral health for its residents and to work to identify local health needs, including dental care gaps. In supporting this application, the Planning Committee would be supporting a motivation which is purely solely profit-driven for one developer and short-term in outlook. In objecting to this application, the Planning Committee would be following its statutory responsibilities in supporting the welfare of approximately 1,500 patients and members of the Norwich community who rely on this practice for their dental health. Indeed, the removal of a central dental practice directly contradicts the Council's duty to provide supporting infrastructure, healthcare for its growing population. Thirdly, dental desert. Wes Streeting once described the region as the Sahara of dental deserts. The region's first dental school is still in discussion stages, and the UEA dental training course has been delayed until at least September 2027, as reported by the BBC on the 10th of March 2026. The proposed conversion only offers a single 2-bedroom apartment at the cost of the healthcare facility serving 1,500 people. This represents an unsustainable and disproportionate loss of community infrastructure that fails to comply with policies DM1 and DM22 of the local plan. I urge the committee to refuse this application. Thank you.
Thank you. If we can move on a bit quicker, we'll be over here before 3, I think. Evelyn Brown, and you have 3 minutes as well. Thank you.
Please bear with me because I'm not used to public speaking.
Yeah, no problem.
Can you all hear me? Yeah. I'm 77 years old and 20 years ago, working as a registered mental nurse on a modest income, evaluated the priorities in my life and decided my dental well-being was one of them. I signed up with Mr. Jonathan Frost to become a private patient. I have never regretted that decision. He is an exceptional dentist. Prior to being under his care, past experiences had left me terrified of any dental treatment. However, from our first meeting, I put my trust in him. I live on Mousehold, do not drive, am awaiting a knee replacement, use a walking aid and have angina. Using public transport is essential for me in maintaining my independence. Cotman House Dental Practice is only one bus journey for me and within easy reach of a bus stop. I would find it difficult and stressful to have to use 2 buses and walk further to reach my destination. The development of Angley Square will bring 1,100 new homes into the area, while together with the further development at Rackheath of 3,800 new builds, there will be the addition of over 8,000 new patients, all putting extra pressure upon already outstretched dental services in Norwich. Currently, there are regular bus services running through Tombland from north of the city, giving access to Copeman House surgery. Surely, therefore, in keeping with environmental efforts towards a greener future, the use of public transport is to be encouraged. We need to get people out of their cars and onto the buses. Norfolk and Waveney has been described as being a dental desert, and since there appears to be a limited number of dentists serving north of the city, I ask, how are over 8,000 new patients going to be accommodated? According to the Evening News in 2019, Mr. Dean Shields of Dumas Management Limited purchased and converted the former Judge's House in Brackendale, a Grade 2 listed building, into 6 flats described as, quote, high-end multiple homes. Copeman House is Grade 2 listed, so is this also going to become high-end multiple homes? Finally, we need to ask, what is of more value to Norwich? An established, thriving dental practice with circa 1,500 patients, or yet one more high-end apartment? Shame on Norwich City Council if it puts the greed of high-end property developers above the need of the citizens of a once fine city. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Paul Greenhead, and you have 3 minutes as well. Thank you.
Thank you. I've got 2 reasons to object to the damaging of John Sell Cotman House. The first is to do with heritage, and it does seem to me that everything I've read around this case at this stage hugely underplays the importance of John Sell Cotman. John Sell Cotman was one of the greatest artists ever to practice in Britain. He enjoyed an international reputation. He was president of the Royal Academy in London, and he chose to live a considerable part of his life in Norwich. Now, what should be understood is the main upper floor space where the commercial practice is, where Jonathan Frost practices, was never, in the first instance under Cotman, a residential space. It was always commercial. Artists of that caliber practiced their business there, they trained apprentices there, and they used the space to sell and promote their work. So he was operating between London, alongside Turner, Constable, and other artists, and he was rated alongside them. He has a truly international reputation, and probably one of the most famous cultural figures ever to come out of Norfolk. And that's where he practiced his business. So my understanding is that it was only residential between 1948 and 1982. So you would be, if you grant this change, going against the heritage aspect of this building. I think it very important to remember who John Sell Cotman was. He's one of the great figures of our city. And I speak as a former director of the Sainsbury's Centre. I wish I had lots of John Sell Cotman paintings in our building, but we couldn't afford them. Moving on, my second reason is personal. I returned home to work in Norwich from running a museum in Washington, D.C., because I'd been contracted a condition called multiple myeloma, which is an incurable form of cancer. Having had a stem cell transplant, I then signed on with Jonathan Frost at Cotman House. Jonathan took a deep interest in the nature of what that condition is. He liaised with my hospital in America, which was at Harvard, and he liaised also with guys in London who continue to treat me to this day. And he came up with and advised both those organisations on the dangers of loose dentistry with regard to multiple myeloma. If you lose a tooth with that condition, it will not heal, and therefore ultimately quite often carries people away. He changed policy at Guy's Hospital, where anyone with this condition being treated is asked about their dental history first, and they credit the surgery with it. Now, I would throw in one rider on top of that, a research-driven, personalised dentist of super high calibre in a region, as we've heard, that's been talked about as a dentist desert. The idea that you lose that for one luxury flat, that hardly is a contribution to housing. But I would say also that both at Harvard and at Guy's, they were very interested and promote the idea of the environment, that people are averse to hospitals and to medical areas generally, and developing a site which reduces the fear of medical practice is extremely important. So both those hospitals have developed their sites to make them into cultural artistic spaces as far as they can, because it contributes to the health of the patients. And that has always been the practice at this surgery.
No, please.
Sorry, yes, I've almost finished. In fact, I have finished. So the environment as it stands, I would argue, reflects the history of this great artist and in actual fact contributes to the medical aspect of the dentistry practice. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Luke Voss, and you have 3 minutes as well. Thank you.
Chair, councillors, thank you for allowing me to speak. I'd like to focus briefly on what the officer report itself says, because the recommendation ultimately relies on the committee having confidence in that report. Under policy DM22, the loss of a community facility is only permitted where either the site has been properly marketed or where adequate alternative provision exists within 800 metres. This reflects national policy. Paragraph 98 of the NPPF states that planning decisions should guard against the unnecessary loss of valued facilities and services, particularly where this would reduce a community's ability to meet its day-to-day needs. The officer report confirms that the marketing and viability route has not been evidenced, so clause B and C of DM22 cannot be relied upon. The recommendation therefore depends entirely on DM22A, whether adequate alternative provision has been demonstrated. However, the officer report itself raises several issues that call that conclusion into question. At paragraph 63, the report confirms that no meaningful marketing evidence was provided. At paragraph 70, it confirms that the Barrack Street practice is not accepting new NHS patients and that written confirmation of its ability to absorb additional patients was requested but not provided. Instead, the assumption that capacity exists appears to rely largely on a phone conversation with the practice's area manager. At paragraph 71, the report also relies on the iconic dense practice on Magdalen Street, while acknowledging that insufficient time had passed to obtain detailed information about the capacity of operations. And at paragraphs 120 and 121, the report recognises that the proposal would cause harm through the loss of NHS appointments and patient access in an area already described as a dental desert. Taken together, the report confirms that the only policy route available is DM22A, yet the evidence for adequate alternative provision remains at best uncertain. The report also relies on a fallback argument regarding use of Class E at paragraphs 43 and 76. It suggests the premises could change to another Class E use, such as offices, without planning permission. While that may be technically possible, it is ultimately a hypothetical scenario. The dental practice is currently operating and serving around 1,500 patients, and there is no evidence before the committee that such a change is likely to occur. Planning decisions should be based on the actual proposal and the evidence available, not speculative alternatives. The report also acknowledges conflict with policy DM17, protecting small business premises, and it acknowledges harm to a Grade 2 listed building and the surrounding conservation area. National policy requires that great weight to be given to heritage conservation, yet the report itself describes that harm as simply regrettable. These harms are being weighted against what is described as a public benefit. That public benefit is the creation of one additional dwelling at the loss of a public benefit currently serving around 1,500 patients. Finally, as of the latest figures in April 2025, the Council has around 4.85 years of housing supply, representing a shortfall of roughly 2 months. While the presumption in favour of sustainable development therefore applies, the benefit here is only one additional flat. In simple terms, this proposal removes a community healthcare serving around 1,500 patients in order to create the public benefit of one additional flat. For those reasons, I respectfully ask members to refuse this application.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Sorbet Emerson, and you have 3 minutes as well. Thank you.
Thank you. As one of the 4 people working in Cotman House Dental Surgery, I'm acutely aware of the negative impacts change of use will have on our patients and our practice. A personal effect is obviously loss of employment. We're not mentioned, but we exist and will lose our employment if planning closes us down. Finding new space for a dental practice is hard. It needs a complex configuration: surgical, clinical, clean, dirty, public or staff areas, machinery and infrastructure sourced and installed, safety checks conducted, x-ray equipment installed, checked and signed off. This is no pick up your files and laptop and pray the Wi-Fi is quick type of a move. This is a removal and setup of approximately £200,000 worth, an inordinate sum to a small, though healthy practice. So why should a healthy, functioning surgery serving approximately 1,500 be sacrificed to a singular dwelling for maybe 3? The gain of one dwelling is negligible. The loss of a 1,500 patient facility is significant to the city and area. Plus, consider the 1,100 new homes to come at Anglia Square. We're a successful practice. A 6+ page waiting list on word of mouth alone is testament to that. We provide patients with continuity of care, nearly 23 years of committed NHS children's care. We bring footfall through patients and their accompanying family and friends, and we keep a building of public interest open and occupied. DM17 seems to me not met, as one business set against one dwelling is disingenuous. It's 3 beds compared to dental care for 1,500, of that 155 are children. To my mind, 1-to-1 balances, whereas 3 to 1,500 does not. We urge you to see that the harms of the loss outweigh the benefits of the one gain. But the most important claim is that DM22A is met and that adequate alternative provision is available. Point 37 in the agenda document claims that adequate can be determined through comparison of amount and type of services. This is at best superficial. A straw man argument says a multi-surgery corporate provides the same services. Maybe in name, but it obfuscates the detail, the nuances of provision and care. Who of us would opt for a different hairdresser every visit, or is not frustrated when unable to see the same doctor to build trust? Cotman House Dental Surgery has had the same dentist for almost 23 years, building relationships, knowledge and expertise. Jonathan is highly regarded, clearly, amongst his patients, but also amongst his peers. To suggest that planning need not investigate whether local alternatives will be adequate misses the point. Ask any patient, any dental professional, or think about the local Sahara Desert that's been referred to. All points to these other facilities, yes, being alternative, but not adequate provision. There's no guarantee even that the circa 1,500 patients could be absorbed in a timely way, or rather 1,350, as our NHS children would be dental healthcare homeless. In a dental desert, who would squander 1,500 extra places, claiming that replacement equals improvement? How could a responsible representative of the people argue that a flat for 3 trumps healthcare for 1,500? On use classes, yes, we are now Class E, but we're Class D1, community-focused buildings like health centres or clinics. We have not changed. A community focus of dental healthcare is what we provide and wish to continue providing. Cotman House Dental Surgery is a viable, long-standing, successful surgery providing very high-quality care at very reasonable prices to very loyal patients. Its loss would demonstrably harm local access to dental health care.
Thank you very much. Next speaker is John Frost, and you have 3 minutes as well. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Jonathan, the dentist at and who made Cotman House Dental Surgery. I make a comparatively modest income at Cotman House, as did John Cotman, despite his great skill. It is my pleasure and privilege to share this space and provide sustainable, continuing care for the many. We have made a calm and beautiful healthcare setting at Cotman House, and if this community facility is lost, then so is the democratic process here. Continuing care, we provide a safe and welcoming environment, and the efforts we go to ensure equality and inclusivity are continuous. Our team are of the highest quality, and my staff turnover is generally zero. One dentist, one team, one beautiful and calm environment. Care and accessibility for those who would otherwise struggle. There are many forms of disability. This setup is unique locally. Continuing care results in knowledge and trust. It allows for a different kind of dental care, preventative and where possible, minimally invasive, accessible and affordable. There is no other similar practice in this area. For those patients with deteriorating mental health, we provide a safe space for their guardian, partner, husband, wife to be heard too. What we do is based on care, science, affordability and trust. I can see no way that planning policy DM22A, adequate alternative provision, is met here, let alone DM17, protecting small businesses. For our child and young adult patients, we're exclusively NHS based. And for those who are challenged, we allow generous appointments so that all outcomes are positive. We do this generally to reduce the need for additional travel and inconvenience for our patients. 93% of the environmental impact from dentistry is related to travel. We have a thriving, sustainable business. Strong links between oral and general health are increasingly evidenced. A patient last week overcame severe dental anxiety previously to allow me to carry out complex dental treatment more safely so that she had a heart valve replacement with subsequent essential maintenance. On finding out the threat to the practice, she announced she would not or could not go anywhere else. This is likely to precipitate her death. So if we go, so does she. On a historical note, John Jacob Joseph Cotman, John Sell's son, died at the Norfolk and Norwich Hospital in 1878 following cancer of the tongue, a largely preventable death with regular screening that we routinely provide. Thank you.
I did miss someone off the list, David Williams. You have 3 minutes as well, thank you.
Good morning. I and my family strongly oppose the proposal that would result in closure of this long-established...
Can I just tell you, can you two mute your microphones, and then his will work? Thank you. You are now, mate.
Will I start again?
Start again, yeah, thank you.
Good morning. I and my family strongly oppose the proposal that would result in the closure of this long-established dental practice in order to convert the building into a short-term Airbnb accommodation or any other form of accommodation, residential or rental. We're currently in the middle of what has widely been described as a national dental crisis. Norfolk in particular is often referred to as a dental desert or even a dental Sahara. Many residents cannot find an NHS dentist at all, and people are travelling longer distances simply to access basic dental care. This practice is not just serving the immediate neighbourhood. Patients travel here from across Norwich and from many parts of Norfolk because access elsewhere simply does not exist. People are willing to travel because they know they will receive reliable, high-quality care. The suggestion that another practice within 800 metres can simply absorb these patients does not reflect the reality of dentistry today. Even if another practice says it could technically take them on, that does not mean that patients will actually be able to get an appointment when they need them. This practice currently serves around 1,500 patients, including approximately 155 national health children. In the current climate, those families will struggle enormously to find alternative care. For my family, the impact will be particularly serious. My daughter has complex and special needs. For many children like her, visiting the dentist can be extremely distressing. Over time, through patience, care and consistency, Jonathan Frost and Sarah, his long-standing dental assistants, have built a trusted relationship with her. When she first started attending, she would refuse even to enter the building. Today, she can sit in the chair and have her teeth cleaned. That progress has taken years of consistent care from the same people, something that is not often not offered by NHS or many other practices. You cannot simply move a child with complex needs to another dentist and expect that trust to transfer. Losing this practice risks undoing years of progress, not only for my daughter, but for many vulnerable patients who rely on the stability and familiarity of this team. This proposal is not about meeting a genuine housing need, it is about replacing a vital healthcare service with short-term tourist accommodation. At a time when access to dental care is already critically limited, removing an established practice that serves 1,500 patients is not in the public interest. I urge the Council to consider the real impact on patients across Norwich and Norfolk, particularly children and vulnerable residents, and to refuse this application. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is John Huggins. Yep, and you have 3 minutes as well. Thank you.
Can you hear me, everybody?
Yep.
Yeah. My name is John Huggins. I'm an accountant based here in Norwich. Jonathan Frost has been the dentist for me and my family for nearly 32 years, more than half of his life. Jonathan's exceptional ability was obvious to me from day one. No other dentist had ever explained what the issue was so clearly, whilst calmly explaining his approach to dental treatment step by step. He set me at ease, and my old fear of the dentist drill vanished on the first visit to his surgery. My question as to when he would inject the anaesthetic was answered with, "I already did that 10 minutes ago." The process was so smooth and painless that I'd not noticed it. Across my 51 years living and working in Norwich, my understanding is that this fine city's vibrant economy has always been powered by its diverse array of businesses, both large and small. Their contribution to the income taxes and national insurance paid to the government that indirectly supports all of our fine City Hall and its employees, not to mention the payment of business rates that directly go to it, are often not considered. We should also appreciate their immense contribution in providing an outstanding service that enhances the well-being of the community while supporting the lives and families of their employees. It is the many small businesses in the streets, alleys and lanes of Norwich that make it come alive in a way that a large national chain can never do. This gives this city a unique character and quality, one which would be greatly diminished if the surgery were to be closed. If this were to happen, Jonathan's many patients would be forced to find other dentists. They would lose the trusting relationship that has been built up over decades between patient and dentist, along with the holistic understanding that Jonathan and his team bring to their treatment. That deep appreciation of the patient's broader state of health is unique and impossible to replace. In 2019, my wife, who suffered from a rare autoimmune condition, required specialised dental treatment under one of this country's leading dentists, Professor Stephen Porter of the Eastman Dental Hospital. We initially understood that this could only be carried out in London, but Jonathan prepared an alternative plan for doing the work in his surgery here in Norwich. Professor Porter approved this, and my wife's treatment was a success. Jonathan went beyond the call of duty to create an innovative solution, one which was elegant, efficient, and reduced stress at a critical time. This, to me, demonstrates the rare high quality of his work. The closure of any business is a loss, and especially in a professional medical service. One would lose the decades of knowledge, capital, and teamwork accrued on a daily basis. I appeal to the councillors and planning committee members here today to let this business continue its exceptional work in service of the local community. Norwich's well-being would be immeasurably poorer in its absence. Thank you.
Thank you. Next one is Paul Wymark. Thank you, and you have 3 minutes. Thank you.
You've already heard excellent testimony to the effectiveness of Jonathan Frost as a dentist, so I'm not going to repeat that. I've been a patient, as is my wife. My children were also NHS patients. We've been using it for nearly 20 years. We come from South Norfolk, which is part of the Norfolk Desert, particularly arid part of the desert. Jonathan Frost provides an oasis in that desert, and it, to my mind, is criminal that anyone should consider damaging that oasis. We travel to Norwich mainly, it's about 14 miles here, 14 miles back. We travel mainly to visit the dentist. But I can tell you, every time we do, we visit the shops. My wife and daughters spend considerable amount of money in Marks and Spencer's next, a variety of cafes and other small businesses. We wouldn't be doing that if we weren't visiting for the dentist. I can only say that it would be a great loss to Norwich, but also a great loss to many other patients who travel into Norwich. And I think you already have in Norwich, sadly, many empty shops. We've seen the loss of, I won't list them all, Debenhams stands there empty, ready to be made into accommodation. I recognise that the application has been recommended for approval, but I hope common sense will prevail in the hands of the councillors making this decision. Please reject it. Thank you.
Moving on, we've got Pamela Leslie. And you have 3 minutes as well. Thank you.
Mine is very much a personal approach as an elderly patient who, likewise, as has been said before, been with Jonathan since the opening of Copman House and prior to that. My early dental experiences was through the National Health School dentist, a challenging experience resulting in anxiety and refusal to attend for further treatments. Today's children who Jonathan sees do not face that. They are met with a warm environment, a historic environment, the stability of Jonathan's staff offering them a familiar face, which is essential to their care and their confidence when they enter the room. But most of all, important of all, is the fact that they know, as I know, I will see Jonathan, not just as my dentist, but somebody who has monitored me through years and years of dental care and given me that continuity of care for my well-being and my general health. I would like to share how invaluable this continuity of care with 3 incidents of personal challenges. One, I was being treated by my GP as a result of breathlessness and swollen ankles for a viral infection. This went on for 2 weeks. After that, I was decided, well, no, it can't be a viral infection, you must have asthma. So another 2 weeks of deterioration. Following that, I was told, well, if it's not asthma, it must be panic attacks. Breathe into a paper bag. Jonathan advised that I sought further medical advice, which led to hospital admission and a diagnosis of dilated cardiomyopathy, an ongoing condition. On a later occasion, the result of continuity of Jonathan's care and his understanding of my needs, I received a diagnosis of diabetes, and more recently, whilst being treated by my GP for a bug owing to constant sickness, take tiny sips of water, they advised. I attended an appointment with Jonathan, who advised as a matter of urgency that I go into AED. Going into the emergency services, the resulted in an admission into hospital with a diagnosis of acute kidney failure. The consultant on discharge stated that I was extremely lucky to be going home. As patients, we were advised that we could access the care of 2 surgeries in the area. One, we are told, that are not accepting new patients. Another, we are advised, will give us adequate care. I read the leaflet of this practice. They advertised 22 treatments. 7 of those treatments were to do with dental care. 15 were cosmetic. And on a lighter note, to 80 plus, I don't feel that I require cosmetic surgery. These practices are not suitable for my needs. And not only that, how would I access them? It's been mentioned before that local bus services will see us into the centre of Norwich, where we can walk and get to Jonathan's surgery. These 2 practices do not permit that. For one, I would have to get 2 buses each way. For the other, I would have to get an expensive taxi. I've been a patient for Jonathan, as I said, for well over 20 years, and I speak as an elderly, vulnerable, and very anxious patient for myself and for others like me. We all have our own stories to say about Jonathan's care, the trust we place in him, and the absolute horror of losing that. The thought of leaving Cotman House and the professional care and support and the kindness of Jonathan and his team is absolutely too devastating to contemplate. And the distress of all of that, too much to even contemplate. I urge the Council to deny this application. Thank you.
Thank you. Next one, John Morgans. And you have agreements as well. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, councillors, you are our representatives, and I am asking you to consider the actions of the applicant in this case and why those actions should be central to your decision. In April of last year, the applicant cut down the crabapple tree in a conservation area with no Section 211 notice. Let's be clear, a criminal offence. Subsequently, he claims that the tree was in a dangerous, diseased, or posing a risk to property exemption. In fact, he goes on to claim that this tree was so dangerous that a bit of it nearly fell on somebody that he was walking with as he walked under the tree. Imagine that. So terrifying, so unlikely, so convenient. So he took the universal decision of not just raising that tree to the ground, but burning it below ground level, removing not just the tree, but any trace of that tree, removing any opportunity for anyone to examine it. Total destruction of the evidence in a criminal offence. In his original application, with regard to this application, he ticked here, under trees and hedges, are there trees or hedges in the proposed development site? And he ticked no. Quite right by that stage, because he'd completely removed any trace of that tree. But he also claims in this initial application that there will be no loss of jobs. Try telling that to Solveig, to Jonathan, to Sarah, or to Kathy. No loss of jobs. Subsequent claims in the documentation from the applicant say that the dentist is looking to relocate. A lie. The dentist has been reluctant to engage in a new lease. A lie. The dentist is in breach of his lease. A particularly cruel lie, as the reality is that Jonathan has been spending tens of thousands of pounds at the specific behest of the applicant. Now, perhaps you are used to having people come to this chamber, unscrupulous developers, and lying to you. Perhaps you are. But here, I would ask you to ask, why all these lies? To simply replace a surgery, bringing in good money as tenants, to residential tenants, equal or perhaps even less income. Consider what if, rather than what's being put forward, that this is providing even a single additional bed to the housing stock. And in fact, the real reason behind this application is to run it as an Airbnb. And this is not just speculation. This is what the applicant has himself stated as being the real reason behind this, the real way to maximise his income from Copman House, albeit, and for obvious reasons, not the reason put before this committee. Now, if that's the case, then Mr. Hickey's careful weighing up of DM12 and considerations in DM17 disappears because Mr. Hickey has been lied to. This is not about providing any additional housing at all, DM12. This is just an application to change from a successful, well-loved business that benefits 1,500 local people and employs 4 into a business that benefits solely the applicant and those visitors to our fine city that choose the applicant's Airbnb over than the 1,000 plus already available in Norwich city centre. You are our representatives. The Copman House Dental Surgery is unique. A one-surgery practice with no time limits on appointments, with the same dentist and the same dedicated staff that you see every time. That's important for patients. That's important for patients with additional and special needs. And it is simply not comparable to a chain like My Dentist or the teeth whitening centre that's opened up on Magdalen Street. For me, and probably all of the other 1,500 patients, that they simply do not provide an adequate replacement. Some of us would choose to shop at a local shop and not a supermarket. Now, in this case, the applicant has been told to replace that tree that he burnt down. Once this unique dental practice has gone, it is gone. It is irreplaceable. Please do not reward the interests of one man above the interests of 1,500 local residents. You are our representatives.
Thank you. Next one, Les Brown. Thank you. You have 3 minutes as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. The National Planning Policy Framework, Section 11, makes it clear that policies should assess the needs for both housing and other uses. Officers note these issues are finely balanced but benefit the applicant. In my view, considerations are not so finely balanced. Development Management Policy 12 promotes housing subject to 3 principal tests which are in fact met. With conversions, however, proposals will be given strong support, but only when they're underused or vacant. In this case, the dental practice is a thriving enterprise, so the applicant's compliance with policy DM12 is being greatly overstated. Development Management Policy 17 recognises the importance of small businesses to the local economy and the likely detriment suffered through their loss in a city where there is a lack of suitable alternative sites. Proposals leading to their loss will only be permitted where there is no demand. Clearly, there is an overwhelming demand for this dental practice, and therefore none of the tests in policy DM17 are met. Development Management Policy 22 recognises the importance of new or enhanced community facilities or in or adjacent to the city centre. The policy also promotes the protection of existing facilities unless adequate alternative provision is available. I agree that Test B and C of this policy are not met and that Test A requires examination of available adequate alternative provision, which is not defined in the policy. Community involvement is key to identifying the importance of local facilities. I submit that the level of support for the dental practice is a better judge of adequate than a judgment simply based on the opening times of alternative provision. It is also claimed there is potential loss of the surgery to other uses within Class E of the General Permitted Development Order. This is not the practice's intention. The practice in Magdalen Street will be subject to the same considerations, and the Barrack Street practice, which is used restricted unpinned, the importance of the dental practice in the locality, where housing has recently increased and will increase further with the development of Anglia Square. To maintain the quality of life for those that live and work in the city, the policy emphasises the need to protect existing uses unless there is overriding justification for their loss, a principle which is stated will be supported by the Council. The importance which is being placed on the provision of a single flat to help meet the alleged housing deficit is being greatly overemphasised. Its impact on that aim will be insignificant. The more balanced consideration of the policy issues I have identified clearly support the retention of a business and community facility which provides a service to 1,500 residents of Norwich, including many NHS patients, where its loss will have a significant adverse impact on those users. There is clear policy considerations which would justify refusal of this application.
Next one, Susan Tuckett. And you have 3 minutes as well, thank you.
Chair and councillors, we've heard from many patients the very specialist care and provision provided by Cotman House Dental Surgery and by Jonathan Frost. I am one of those people who moved to Norwich having had a history of some quite serious dental problems. I was treated by Birmingham Dental Hospital and various traumatic interventions, including surgery, getting to the point that actually, when I was referred by a different dentist in Norwich to go to a centre in Cambridge to be treated, I got to Cambridge, but my husband could not get me into this clinical environment. Thankfully, someone recommended Jonathan Frost, and like many other people have said, he had a completely different approach. And he was able to do that because this is an independent dental surgery. Everybody's talked about the continuity. It's that continuity of care that actually means I've actually got my own teeth at 75, for which I'm eternally grateful. I wouldn't say that it was just a phobia. It actually started to have an impact on my mental health. And people who worked with me would have probably been surprised at the extent that that was starting to affect me. Well, that's the personal point. I agree with everything people have said about provision in the city centre. It seems to me tragic that a thriving business that cares for people, that's met people's individual needs, and I think this thing of being treated as an individual is disappearing from our lives. And I think it's so important that we have the choice. Some people might like going to a large dental practice and having teeth whitening and all that kind of thing. What I needed was non-pressurised care from an independent specialist. I've never been pressurised into highly expensive treatments, just very persistent care. And I do think the city as a whole, I'm not from this city, I moved here in 1996. I'm hugely supportive of the city. I was when I had my professional job. I just think it makes the city a better place to have different businesses, different kinds of health provision, and I don't think I can say any more. I think to replace all of that with a flat and Parliament. It's not going to be affordable housing. I don't know what it's going to be, but it's not designated as affordable housing, which is what the city needs. It's just going to be another flat. And I'll leave it there.
Thank you. Next one is Derek Sandler. And you have 3 minutes as well. Thank you.
I speak as a client of Jonathan's, in the sense that I was a dental technician, now I'm retired now, and I must say that the work that I received from him was beyond what I normally used to. It's not unusual for technicians to have to bodge up and make things work, but with Jonathan's, I never had that thought at all. He's an exceptional dentist. And we've heard talk of the possibility of a dental school in Norwich. This occurred 20 years ago, when the final selection was to send a dental school to Exeter. But there was also surveys that have been done on where dentists practice after they qualify. And more than 50% of them stay within 50 miles of the nearest dental school. The nearest dental school to Norwich is in London or in Leeds. So not only does it cause there to be a desert, it's a place where people don't want to go to. I think the other thing you have to consider too, that if there is going to be a dental school in Norwich, and it's still an if, that once that dental school starts, there will be 5 years before any dentists are actually qualified, and a further 2 years before they're allowed to go to single-handed practice. The quality of care that Jonathan gives, I think, is beyond anything that I've seen in my professional life. And I can speak to as a patient that I've received care that is far better than I've ever received from any other dentist. And that's my lifetime of working in dentistry. And I think this is one establishment that needs to be protected and allowed to continue.
Thank you. Before I move on, is there anyone I missed on my big list who didn't speak? No? Fine, we now move on to officers who are going to read statements out from people who have written that you'll be after the officers. And they're going to take turns, there's so many that probably get dried up through. So, Sarah, I think you start first. No, Matthew, is he? Or Lowers, well on you.
Good evening, thank you, Chair. So this is a statement from Elizabeth and Michael Betts. We write to object to the above planning application on the following grounds. The developer has not satisfied DM22A of the Norwich City Council planning policy. Yes, there is a dental practice within 800 metres of Cotman House, but the developer has not been able to categorically substantiate a statement that the practice has capacity to absorb a further 155 NHS patients and circa 1,400 adult patients, a significant number of whom require specific individual support. For example, my husband has a rare form of vascular dementia. He is familiar with the team at Cotman House Dental Practice, who are empathetic and focus on the patient, not the clock. The atmosphere is very calm, often with only one other patient in the waiting room. I fear that a change of the environment to a very busy corporate dentist would mean he would become very anxious, and there is a possibility he would not be able to access the dental care at all in the future. The change of use would reduce the access to dental services in the area, categorised as a dental desert, which fails to align with local development plans designed to protect social infrastructure. 2. Traffic. I don't know if the committee members have walked in the area at Bedding Lane recently. When attending Cotman House, we used to park at St Saviour's car park, which since the redevelopment of Anglia Square is not now accessible. The knock-on effect of that being that the Adam and Eve car park is almost always full. Consequently, we now park at Colgate car park. Just last week, when my husband and I were walking down Bedding Lane, which is a very narrow cobbled lane, we suddenly became aware of a large EV which silently crept up behind us. There is a considerable amount of traffic, including refuse collection vehicles, accessing Bedding Lane and using Pies Yard, Joseph Lancaster Way and Pig Lane, where there are already a large amount of development, including Howes Percival located in Flint buildings. All traffic from these areas must enter and exit via Quayside and or Palace Street, which is considered a traffic congestion hotspot because it is so busy and frequently gridlocked at certain times of the day. Further development will worsen this situation. Parking. From the documents I've seen, the developer appears to have been economical with true facts in many of his assertions. For example, nutrient offset, which we understand has not fully been signed off by Natural England. The removal of a perfectly healthy crabapple tree, which he said was dead, even though it was in full flower at the time he chopped it down, and his intention to remove the wall at the rear to make room for more parking, which from the plans includes land he doesn't own. Cotman House already contains 3 flats, all requiring parking spaces in a small walled garden area. Apart from garden and car parking, also contains bin stores for each of the flats and access to bike racks. We regularly see cars in the area, parked half on the verge and half on the pavement, which apart from being illegal also restricts access for emergency vehicles, presumably in contravention of building regulations 2010, approved document B, volume 1. Even if a planning condition is attached restricting more vehicle parking, it is debatable that if the developer succeeds in this application, parking would be monitored and or restricted, especially at weekends. Cotman House is a Grade 2 star listed 18th century building, facing onto one of the city's most historic squares. A change of use of only the part of the building accessible to the public by appointment would negatively impact a site of local, historic, cultural and artistic significance and fails to align with local development plans designed to protect social infrastructure. It would be an overdevelopment of a building of major historical significance.
Thank you. Statement 2.
Statement 2 is from Karen Parry. Jonathan Frost is an exceptional dentist who has looked after me and my family for 20 years. Despite disability and now living in Rotherham, I travel back 3 times a year for specialised treatment, the likes of which I have not found up here. He has unique skills in managing the complex dental needs of people with severe autoimmune disease, which only a tiny minority of dentists have, and hence my visits to him. As a psychiatrist myself, I have also recommended him to my patients with dentist phobias because of his compassion and skills to make them feel secure. I stay in paid accommodation when I visit, and I know there are masses of hotels, B&Bs, apartments and Airbnbs always available already in the city, without losing a much needed, respected and uniquely skilled city dentist for a flat which might not even be regularly used. Societal values increasingly are only money focused, but Norwich needs individuals who will add to the health of its citizens now more than ever. Please think again about the skill you will be losing and refuse the change of use. Thank you.
Thank you. Statement 3.
Here's statement 3 from Paul Reeves. I am writing as an existing patient of Dr. Jonathan Frost's dental surgery and having been so since its inception in 2003. I cannot stress highly enough the standards of dental care received at this practice and the extremely favourable location and ambience enjoyed therein. The practice has provided the highest standard of dental care available and well within the city of Norwich, offering easy access. I am distressed that the practice may close due to a proposed change of use, namely to provide accommodation in Cotman House offering a 3-bedroom flat. I cannot believe that this facility will materially affect the MPPF presumption in favour of sustainable development and contribution to additional housing in the Greater Norwich area. It seems most likely that the available accommodation created by this proposed change of use will be premium level accommodation in such a historic site and with a commensurate rental value, obviously at high level of rent and beneficial to the new landlord. Dr. Frost's dental practice has at least 1,500 current patients, and there is not the slightest guarantee that they will be accommodated at an alternative practice within 800 metres of the current practice. To quote the alternative dental provision in the area as possibly providing alternative services is completely fallacious and of no bearing whatsoever on the outcomes of the closure of this valuable facility. Dr. Frost also provides NHS dental services for patients under the age of 16 years, which should be recognised as a highly valuable resource within the desert of dental services currently in the Norwich area. I strongly believe that it will prove well nigh impossible for alternative provision to be found under current circumstances, and I would strongly encourage this factor to be considered at the planning meeting, i.e. the relevance of paragraph 121 in the planning application, citing harm in relation to the closure of the existing practice. I note also in the Council's consideration that it has been stated that Dr. Frost has failed to engage with the new landlord regarding the obtaining of a new lease and a current commercial rate. I believe this to be wholly not the case, as Dr. Frost has personally stated to me he has at all times been willing to discuss new terms with the landlord and at all times frustrated in this aim. I personally am of the opinion that this indicates an unwillingness on the part of the landlord to entertain the continuance of Dr. Frost's dental practice with the consequent frustration of his plans for change of use of the premises currently occupied. Paragraph 79 states that there is conflict with DM17 regarding the loss of a single business premise, and I believe this would certainly demonstrably outweigh any benefit accrued by the change of use to a dwelling. The argument for provision of such limited proposed accommodation in this location is not convincing with regard to the Greater Norwich Housing Plan, and I fail to see what impact this would have on meeting its current obligations. I would like to think that members of the Planning Committee would consider the impact of having to terminate his practice would have on Dr. Frost as well. Having started the practice from scratch in 2003 and built up a strong patient base of loyal clients, the impact of having to close will not be insignificant. Any possibility of having to find alternative accommodation and relocate his practice would have enormous financial ramifications regarding works necessary in meeting the material requirements which a dental practice needs to meet. I do hope factors will be considered at the meeting and not only the requirements of the applicant in isolation.
Thank you.
Okay, statement for Catherine Kennedy. Dear Norwich City Council Planning Committee, unfortunately I am unable to attend the meeting on the 12th of March. No, don't worry about this. Okay. I write to reiterate my opposition to this planning application. Our family has used Cotman House dental practice for 20 years. The team there are exceptional, and neither of the other dental practices within an 800-metre walking distance to Cotman House are an acceptable alternative for us. Forcing the practice to close will continue to erode the already severely lacking dental practices in the city and Norfolk, which would be extremely short-sighted considering how few dentists we have. The practice serves circa 1,500 patients, far too many to be naturally absorbed elsewhere. Jonathan Frost has treated both our children throughout their childhood, alongside the other 155 NHS child patients treated by the practice. This service for children would be further eroded if this application is approved. Cotman House is maintained beautifully as a historic building, and long should it remain a dental practice.
Thank you. Thank you. I think you're getting all the long ones. If you can go on to statement 5.
Yes, statement 5, Wilhelmina Chapman. I am writing regarding the forthcoming hearing, which I understand is to determine a planning application which, if granted, would change the use of Cotman House dental practice, so the tenant, my dentist, would need to vacate. I am a 79-year-old patient of Mr. Frost at Cotman House and consider myself very fortunate to have found him a few years ago. Prior to being introduced to the expertise of Mr. Frost, I was in extreme difficulty in finding a dentist who was able to deal with my complex needs. I have a severe, debilitated jaw, such that, as sadly I discovered previously, I am at grave risk of suffering a dislocation of the jaw, or worse when I have dental treatment. And Mr. Frost helped me overcome the fear of having dental treatment, which I urgently need. I understand in determining the planning application, it is being argued that patients such as me can easily find alternative dental care in the surrounding area. I believe policy DM22 has been quoted, though I want to address my situation more frankly than by reference to a policy, if I may. Let me be clear respectfully, I will not find alternative care in the surrounding area, whether that be 800 yards or 80 miles. Finding dentists who have high level expertise to deal with complex needs and who have the ability to see patients urgently is all but impossible. Believe me, I have tried before I became a patient of Mr. Frost. Finding a dentist who can adequately deal with my needs and also fears will not happen. Those considering this planning application must be made aware of the real difference between a dental practice being open for business and willing to accept new patient registration and actually being able to offer timely appointments with a dentist of sufficient expertise. I am quite confident, sadly, that there is no dentist that at my age and my very complex jaw issues will want to take my care over from Mr. Frost. As I say, that point stands not just within 800 yards, but further afield. It should be added that I live some 20 miles away and therefore make a 40-mile trip regularly to see Mr. Frost. Would I really do that if it is so easy to find adequate care? I have tried previously to seek treatment from the so-called larger corporate dental practices. They do not want patients like me. We are too complex and not profitable. Please do not fool yourselves into thinking adequate dental care is a bricks and mortar dental practice. Were this planning application to result in my dentist no longer being able to take care of me, I will suffer greatly. I am sure, however, just one of hundreds of patients who will be in that position, and for what reason, to allow a flat to be built. I think it is worth ending by making a rather obvious point. The applicant in this matter purchased Cotman House knowing it had a long-standing and highly reputable tenant who operated a dental practice, which operated pursuant to the planning permission for that trade. If you do not want a dentist as a tenant, do not buy the building. Without being melodramatic, I fear the fate of my dental care will be in your hands when determining this application. Please remember that. Thank you for your time and for listening to my concerns.
Statement 6.
Okay, statement 6, Simon Curtis. Dear members of the Planning Committee, I am writing to formally object to the proposed planning change of use for the property currently operating as Cotman House Dental Surgery, converting it from a healthcare facility to residential accommodation. Jonathan and his team are currently serving approximately 1,500 registered patients. The loss of this practice would therefore not only remove an important local healthcare service, but would also have wider economic consequences for the surrounding area. Dental practices are part of an essential community infrastructure, and once they are lost, they are extremely difficult to re-establish due to the regulatory, financial and logistical requirements involved in setting up a clinical space. Beyond the healthcare implications, the practice contributes meaningfully to the local economy. Each week, a significant number of patients travel into the area specifically to attend dental appointments. While visiting, many also make use of local amenities, including car parks, cafes, restaurants, retail shops, and other services. This regular flow of visitors provides consistent footfall and supports the economy of Norwich. By contrast, converting the property to residential use would likely result in occupancy by 1 or 2 residents. While additional housing is important, in this instance, the economic and community contribution generated by the existing dental practice far exceeds that of a single residential flat. The current use attracts a considerable number of visits per week, bringing activity and spending into the area that supports other local businesses. The proposal would therefore represent a net loss to both local healthcare provision and the economic vitality of the city centre. In particular, the displacement of 1,500 patients would place additional pressure on other dental practices in the area, many of which are already operating at or near capacity. Patients may be forced to travel further for care, reducing accessibility and convenience, especially for elderly residents and families. For these reasons, I strongly urge the Planning Committee to refuse the proposed change of use and to retain the property in its current role as a healthcare facility serving the community. Thank you for taking the time to consider this objection.
Statement 7.
Thank you. Statement 7, Catherine Gregor and Howard Curtis. We are frankly shocked and deeply disappointed that Norwich City Council should even consider permitting 1,500 patients to lose a trusted dentist in favour of the premises being turned into flats. The email address to contact for those wishing to speak is democraticservices@norwich.gov.uk. That to us implies that Norwich City Council respects and abides by democracy and therefore listens to the voice of the majority. In that case, how can the council possibly consider placing the wishes of one landlord and the benefit of 4 or 6 potential tenants over the well-being of 1,500 patients, and in a county nationally acknowledged to be a dental desert? Whose advantage and benefit would it truly be seeking? We humbly urge those whose ultimate decision it is to choose not what is legal, but what is ethical, morally and humanly right, and what serves the good of the majority.
Statement 8.
Statement 8, Anna May Ambronson. Please consider the people of Norwich who live and work here. 3 generations of my family are currently attending Cotman House Dental Surgery. One walks, one drives, and one uses public transportation, which makes the location very convenient for all. The reception is thoughtfully furnished in keeping with building's charm. What separates Cotman House from other practices is it embraces the building's natural charm in a sympathetic way, impeccably clean but not clinical. At last count, Mr. Frost had approximately 1,500 clients registered. Where do these people go? In 2024, the Health Secretary declared Norfolk and Waveney in Suffolk as the Sahara of dental deserts. Are we adding the Gobi to this? Also, that year, a practice in Norwich North underwent an expansion and advertised for new clients. They were astounded to receive over 15,000 applicants for a mere 200 places. Unbelievable, but true. Has the building's history been considered in any way? Considering previous uses, the clue is in the name of the building. It's a beautiful, untouched building which we all appreciate, not just for one person and for their monetary gain. Norwich is a fine city, let's keep it that way.
Statement 9, David Mallet. I know from your recent communication that the above application is recommended for approval. My family and I are bitterly disappointed that you would recommend this action, bearing in mind the upset and upheaval that this will cause. To sacrifice a well-established and renowned city dental practice, long regarded the best that the city can offer, in favour of a quite insignificant residential proposal appears reckless and not in keeping with the responsibility that the City Council have, or indeed should have towards its citizens in their dental and oral health. Initial inquiries confirm that there is not the capacity in the city or its immediate environs to absorb the 1,500 patients currently on the books at Cotman House, or the substantial number of children being treated under the auspices of the NHS. Additionally, the change of use from commercial to residential appears strange and not conducive to a historic building in a prominent location nestled between other commercial ventures. It is a very poor day indeed when one man's quest for an additional property to add to a bulging portfolio can trump the needs of the health of over 1,000 others and the livelihoods of a team dedicated professional staff.
Thank you.
Statement 10, Martin Gorringe. I feel there are several salient points that require consideration. Firstly, the friendly and personal service administered, which to be honest is rare these days. It is remarkable how relaxed Mr. Frost's patients are, which is attributable to the ambience of the building and the staff there. In reality, how many Airbnbs do we need? Quick research shows between 500 and 1,000 properties, dependent on listings, are currently available. Having been a patron for the last 15 years and also working in construction, I have to say that the surgery has been sympathetically built to maintain existing original features. I'm also certain that Mr. Frost is paying a fair rent for the lease. I implore you to see reason in this situation, Norwich County Council. Make a stand and put people's health requirements first. How many people are going to be hugely inconvenienced for one person's monetary gain? Thank you for your time.
The last statement, number 11.
Yep, this is Jude Abramson. I'm writing to you about Jonathan Frost's dental practice to be read aloud at the meeting on the 12th. I'd like to say that I started with Jonathan with the NHS when I was 6 and have continued with him and his practice privately, and I'm now 19 years old. I feel this decision is an utter waste of an established practice for the sake of a rental property which we already have an abundance of. It shouldn't be a question of the council siding with the people over plain profit. If the new property is approved, many of us, the people, will disapprove and lose faith in our council.
Thank you. Now we have the agent here, Jason Parker, and you have 6 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. My name is Jason Parker. I am Director of Meadows Planning Consultancy. I am a chartered town planner with over 20 years of professional experience, and I'm also a member of the Royal Town Planning Institute. I believe I'm the only planning consultant who is chartered here today speaking. I think it's important to point out that I was not involved with this application when it was submitted, and I was asked my professional opinion and to get involved. As a member of the Royal Town Planning Institute, I'm then required to consider whether I can support this application. application. If I can't, I simply cannot get involved. So before I go into the change of use, there are just a few minor matters I'll deal with first. So in terms of heritage, this building previously was residential. It is not currently used as artist studios. So that's that matter. As you heard, there's only minor alterations internally that are required. Motives or financial gain are not material planning considerations. So that's one matter. The tree, that's a separate matter. I was involved with it when the tree was removed. I am informed it was dead and dying, but I was not involved with it at that time. That is a separate matter to the change of use. The other point I'd make is in a tenancy situation, if a landlord and tenant don't agree for whatever reason, a landlord can end a tenancy, and that's it. So what you are being asked to consider today is not the change of use of a dentist. You're being asked to consider the change of use of a building which is a Class E unit that's currently occupied as a dentist to change to a flat. So you're not being asked to consider the change of use of a dentist. So what we need to consider is can the planning process compel the owner to retain a tenant? No, it can't. If a landlord ends a tenancy at any point, the building is permitted as a Class E building. And what Class E allows to happen is a number of different uses. Class C permits an office, hairdressers, cafe, nursery, gym, adult gaming centre, vape shop, betting shop. It could even become a tattoo studio, a payday loan shop, massage parlour, adult toy or sex toy shop. Any of those uses fit into Class E. Many of the objections understandably focus on the loss of dentist practice, and I understand that, I get that. Obviously they're passionate about the dentist, but the planning system can't control that. Planning applications can only be refused where there is a planning reason to refuse it. It would not be possible to refuse this on a loss of a dentist. The council would have to defend that at appeal. By the time we get to appeal, this could be something else. It could be one of the other uses I've mentioned. So in practical terms, the dentist could cease tomorrow, the building could become any of the uses I've mentioned, and change of use is not required. The other point to make as well is Norwich City protects many commercial buildings with an Article 4 direction, which means you can't change into residential if it comes under an Article 4 direction. This building is not constrained by an Article 4 direction. So the only reason that planning permission is required for a change of use from commercial to residential is because it's listed. If the building was not listed, we would go through the prior approval process to residential. So that's a very important factor. So it's only the fact that it's a listed building that we even require planning permission. So turning to policies, I was asked to consider the policies, although I don't think they're particularly relevant for all the reasons I stated. What I looked for is there alternative dentists available? Well, the answer was yes, within walking distance. I then considered there's a lot of passionate people that love this dentist and have wrote in. So therefore, could the dentist move somewhere else? I'm not required to do that. I looked at lots of units. It took me 10 minutes. I looked on Rightmove and Zoopla. I didn't even go to commercial agents. I found plenty of units available for rent or sale. And what I'd point out as well is the applicant bought this building only in December 2024. And he informs me that the rental lease had already expired. Now, I'm not going to get into whether the reasons why a new lease hasn't been agreed. I don't need to get into that, but there isn't one. And it's as simple as that. Norwich City Council does not have a 5-year land supply. That means the tilted balance applies, and that would be in favour of the proposal.
But as I mentioned, there's no planning reasons that we can refuse development here, unfortunately. As I said, by the time we go to appeal, it could be any of the uses I mentioned. The council cannot defend that at appeal. So, respectfully, I ask the committee to approve this application. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. That's the end of the what's now. We'll now move on to questions from the committee. Councillor Stoopy first.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to all the speakers today. I've got two questions. Firstly, under policy DM22, can officers clarify what evidence demonstrates that adequate alternative dental provision exists within 800 metres, particularly given that capacity to absorb patients from this practice has not been confirmed? Should I do my other question as well? Or?
Yes, if you want.
Yeah, it's also quite short. Thank you. So the report notes that the proposal conflicts with policy DM17 through the loss of an active business premises. Can officers explain why that conflict is considered outweighed excuse me, by the benefit of creating a single additional dwelling? Thank you.
Thank you. So in terms of the evidence in regard to the consideration of policy DM22, it is, it's understood on a conversation with the My Dentist practice, the Barrack Street, purely a phone conversation with the area manager that said they could have the capacity to absorb. No such conversations were had with the Iconic Dent, the newly opened, obviously that's been there about a month or so. In terms of the policy, we're not required in terms of the wording of the policy to go that deep. It's the adequate alternative provision, and as said in the report, there is no definition for the term adequate. We fully considered the wording of the policy, the interpretation of the policy, but also how that applies to other uses that would also fall as a community use under DM22. So DM22 would also consider matters such as community centres, premises for indoor sport, leisure, cultural centres, places of worship, health centres, playgrounds, playgroups, libraries and schools and training facilities. So that policy has to be applied to cover not only dental practices or medical services, but those other lists as well. So we don't have the capacity to go that deep, but we do have to look at what the provision exists. What are the kind of comparable opening times? What are the services that are being provided? And whilst we can't comment on the quality of other care, as has been articulated by many of the speakers today, but that we have to kind of take some judgment on that basis.
Okay, just bring David in first.
Thank you. Can I just kind of add to that answer? I mean, a lot of the points that were made through the public speaking were about this particular dentist, Dr. Frost, and about the level of support and his excellence, and there's clearly a lot of passion involved in and a lot of loyalty amongst his current base of patients. The planning system is not about personalities, it's about land uses. So it's about a dentist and not about the particular dentist who is the who is operating the facility at the moment. So in assessing the application, you've got to try and roll back from some of the passions that have clearly come across in the points that were made, and you've got to try and be a bit dispassionate about your assessment, and that's why we've tried. And in writing the report for the consideration, that's why we've tried to be a bit more objective about how we've looked at the definition of adequate. And I mean, one of the speakers referred to it's not just about the bricks and mortar presence of the dental surgery, but in terms of trying to define what adequate means in an objective way, We have kind of looked at things like opening hours. We have kind of looked at things like number of treatment rooms and things like that. So we have tried in making that assessment about what adequate means to take out some of the subjectivity of it, because an equally excellent dentist could practice in any other location. So that's the difficulty about interpreting policy DM22 when it comes down to looking at the adequacy of the alternative offer. We've got to try and take the personalities involved out of the process.
Councillor Stoody, you want to come back?
Yes, thank you. Just to note, I didn't ask about the personality or the individual dentist. I asked about the facility and whether there was adequate provision elsewhere for it. And given that you say that you don't need confirmation or written confirmation or absolute confirmation, is it therefore up to the committee to make their own minds up about whether adequacy exists?
So just, going back on what David said, I know you mentioned that you didn't kind of ask about the quality, but ultimately, because we're removing the subjectivity of it, purely when we consider this policy, is there another site that exists, yes or no? And in this instance, yes, two sites within 800 metres. The wording of the policy is brief, and that's what we've considered.
But can I just add to that? It is up to the committee to interpret that policy in a way that they see fit. We have interpreted it a certain way and reported as such in our reports. If the committee wants to interpret that policy and that word adequate alternative provision differently and articulate how and why they've done so, that is within your rights.
I'll put Councillor Knight to come in first. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I have a couple of quite short questions, but I'm worried that I have more questions than. I'll do 3 and maybe we'll come back to me. So first refers to point 18. I just want to know if crazy paving is a technical term. On regards to point 20, change of use, why not recommend it for art classes then? And with regards to 23, it says about public benefit of returning the property to its original residential use. Surely if it is a heritage building, a heritage asset, and we're currently getting 150 patients coming through it, more people are actually getting to view that heritage asset rather than a small number of people. So I'm a bit confused about that. It feels like maybe we could argue that turning the castle back into military instalment would be publicly beneficial. So I'll start with those 3 questions and maybe I'll come back to you.
Thank you. I might need to get you to repeat question 2 so I can answer 1 and 3. The second. Crazy paving is a technical term that was used by our Conservation Design Officer in their assessment and response to the consultation to do with the kind of sporadic nature and different size of the paving there in the rear area. So yes, a technical term. Answer to number 3, about the public viewing of a heritage asset. It's not within kind of any our local policies or planning policy to require that a building that is listed or a heritage asset be visible internally. It's to do with its contribution historically and to the setting of which it surrounds itself. So we have no requirement for any listed building to be publicly accessible. I do acknowledge that whilst currently members of the public can go there, but ultimately those are visitors of the business by appointment. It's not generally a publicly accessible building like you would see a church or a library. Do you want to repeat your question 2, please?
Yeah, I'm just confused. If we want to turn it back into its original function, surely then we'd be recommending it for art classes as well.
Again, that's not what's proposed. It's being considered as the change of use to a C3 dwelling, so that's what we're considering. The whole property has been used as residential and it is in conjunction with that previous use, so it's not being considered for any other use.
Thank you, David.
Thank you, Chair. Sorry, it's not connected with Councillor Knight's point, but I think it's going back to Councillor Stootley's. I think you asked the question about DM17 and we didn't answer that. Could you make the point again, please?
Would you like me to repeat the question?
Please.
Yes, okay. The report notes that the proposal conflicts with DM 17 through the loss of an active business premises. Can officers explain why that conflict is considered outweighed by the benefit of creating a single additional dwelling? Thank you.
So I would point you to paragraph 79 of the reports, which talks about that conflict and the balancing that has taken place in determining that the recommendation should be for approval. So it talks about the paragraph 11D of the MPPF, which is the tilted balance, which kicks in when we have less than a 5-year housing land supply. And as a result, we need to be confident that any conflict with policy needs to significantly and demonstrably outweigh any benefits associated with the change of use. It's our recommendation that the loss of the business does not significantly and demonstrably outweigh the benefits of a single dwelling in this instance.
I think just to add on that, this is not in consideration of the dental practice or the merits of the practice itself. This is purely on the principle of any commercial premises. So when we consider DM17, we're not considering the benefits or the merits of the dental practice itself. So it's also relevant to note that this site is not within any of the primary or secondary retail areas, which would have had further protections on its use as a commercial premise. So we look again, okay, we've got one commercial premise outside of any designated areas versus, as Lara said, the demonstrable benefits of providing further housing. Again, not to do with the merits of the business currently in situ.
David?
Yeah, it's just to kind of pick up on a couple of those points. I mean, I think most of which Lara and Matthew have made, but basically it's the engagement of tilted balance and it's the attachment of weight. And obviously that's a matter for the decision maker. However, you do need to bear in mind that the tilted balance weighs heavily in favour of the provision of additional housing. However, it does allow you to consider the benefits of the existing use as well. And if you come to a different conclusion, then you're entitled to make a different decision. I do at this point want to come back on some comments that were made about Airbnb use. We're not looking at an application for Airbnb. We have to look at what's actually on the table in front of us. So you're looking at an application for a single residential flat at this point in time. What happens if that consent is granted afterwards and whether it's used for Airbnb is something that we'll have to kind of look at in the fullness of time. But at this point in time, you're making an assessment based on it will be someone's main point of place of residence and it will be used as a residential flat.
Any more questions? Charlie?
Yeah, just a couple. Just going back to further clarification on Councillor Stupey's point, the first one on DM22, and this idea of adequate. I think he asked a specific thing about the NHS provision as well. Maybe not, okay, so I'm going to ask that because we have paragraph 17, Barrack Street not taking on new NHS patients, and this has also been repeated in the bit on equalities later as well, which I wanted to kind of pick up on. But then there's a sort of hypothetical about, well, he might just stop giving NHS dentist appointments anyway. And so I'm sort of slightly hazy on how we're balancing this and how we're not meant to be subjective, but we've got this hypothetical in there. And also the equalities and diversities stuff, it's been pointed out there are equality and diversity issues. And that this would likely bring harm to the patients, and also the NHS issue is there as well. And I just wondered, you know, how that is balanced out in your reasoning, how that is weighted, how the Equalities Act is looked at, because there's various people with protected characteristics within the Equality Act, losing service. So yes, just wanted some clarification around those, please.
Okay, so in terms of the NHS provision, so essentially that's part of the business operation, and it's both part of the business operation of both the Common House dental practice and the Barrack Street. Yes, it's acknowledged, and I found this out obviously personally myself as well, that the Barrack Street cannot currently offer any new NHS patients, but ultimately that provision is also led by the market itself as well. So we don't have any planning control over that level of provision, over whether a business has capacity to take more NHS patients or not. It's also not within planning control to restrict any business taking on NHS patients or also turning away any NHS patients or preventing that service altogether. That's not within the planning control to comment on that.
Councillor Hampton, did you put your hand up?
I'll just respond on the equalities and diversities. Okay. So obviously we've got the Equality Act and the Public Sector Equality Duty that we need to be bearing in mind. The specific protected characteristics of existing patients using this particular service, it comes back to David's point about a dentist of a particular empathetic nature with excellent care, as we've heard today, could practice in any dentist. And we need to be thinking about the loss of a dentist here, not this particular dentist here. And so the particular care that is offered to people with disabilities, etc., doesn't form part of the planning consideration.
Councillor Hampton.
Yeah, I think since I put my hand up, some of this has been covered, especially just now by what Lara said, but I'm going to come back to DM22A again, the sort of, see what's outlined in the report about how that is likely met is about just dentist provision in the area. We've heard sort of testimonies of how specialist the treatment is, that particular type of dentist and treatment is possibly can't be found within that 800 metre distance. Is that something that can be taken into account, can be considered, or do we need to just be looking at its general use, if that makes sense?
Councillor Lubbock. Oh, yeah, you didn't answer, did you?
Yeah.
Yes. Sorry about that.
I'll respond. So as I've said, our interpretation of the policy is that there is adequate alternative provision elsewhere. That's what we've set out in our report. If members want to take a different view for a particular well-articulated reason, that could form part of you as decision makers. That could form part of your consideration. And it's all about that interpretation of what is adequate alternative provision.
Sorry, Chair, could I comment on that as well? There's a particular difficulty about the interpretation and use of DM22, and that's been alluded to by the applicant's agent. It was written at a time when a lot of these community uses did fall within separate use classes, such as the D-class use for dentistry and healthcare. The fact that the use classes has changed to put dentistry in the same use class as offices and shops and the other uses that were referred to does complicate its application. It doesn't mean to say that policy falls away, but the fact that some of these uses can change outside of the planning without a change of use, that is a material consideration. But what it doesn't mean is that you have to set aside policy DM22. It just means that you have to bear in mind the fact that some of these uses can change without planning permission. I was going to make another point, but I've forgotten it, so I'll stop there. Thank you.
Judith.
Yes, it's about future capacity really, and we've heard that we know very well that we are planning many more houses in the Anglia Square area and beyond. How far should we take into account this future capacity of people needing healthcare facilities when we make a decision?
it is relevant. The current existing needs of the area and the community are one thing. If we're aware, a material consideration could be that we're aware that there's going to be an influx of residents in this area. That could be a material consideration.
Councillor Knight, then Councillor Stewart again.
My question was answered.
Thank you, Councillor Stewart.
Thank you. So I just want to push on the tests for DM22. We heard a thinly veiled threat from the agent about eviction of the dentist. To what extent do we you sort of mentioned that a little bit, David, to what extent does the committee take that into consideration? How much is that, should that weigh? Are we, excuse me, are we weighing up a application where we consider a dentist or what the agent has alluded to? Thank you.
I mean, any issue about compliance with leases or anything is not something that we as planning authority need to take into account. The only thing that you need to bear in mind is that, and again, this is where you have to kind of step back from personalities involved. The fact that this particular dentist, it's a Class E use, which is in use as a dentist. As I've said, there's a lot of other uses it could be put to. So that is a fallback position which you have to kind of take into consideration when you're making the application. You can't guarantee as a local planning authority that this dentist as a use is going to continue as a dentist within the controls of the land use planning system. It could go to other uses. So because of the way that the use class system is now constructed. When DM22 was written, as I say, we had greater control over some of those changes of use. We don't have that degree of control, that same degree of control. So you have to be mindful of that. That's a thing that you need to weigh in your minds when you are considering the application. As I've said, it doesn't mean to say you have to set aside DM22. It still applies. It's still part of the development plan. The changes to the use classes order is one of these material considerations. So you've got the duty to determine in accordance with the development plan, i.e. DM22, DM17, the other policies that we mentioned. But unless other material considerations indicate otherwise, and one of those other material considerations could be the fact that this building could be occupied without planning permission by another Class E use.
Thank you. So just to confirm, this application, we are determining what appears to be a viable, because that's another test in DM22, a viable a viable business, which is also a healthcare facility.
The M22 defines a dentist as a community facility, so that's what you're looking at it as.
Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Chair. Apologies, some of this has already been covered, and especially links back actually to Councillor Stubley's first question. And David, your distinction between the personal and the taking the personalities out of it is really helpful. I just wonder about the extent to which that is possible in terms of making the judgment about benefit and loss of benefit and harm. So in paragraph 78, the reference to the MPPF talking about our housing supply and the tilted balance for the housing supply, where the local authority cannot demonstrate the 5-year supply, granting permission should be done unless adverse impact of doing so would significantly and demonstrably outweigh the benefits. And obviously the evidence we've heard from numerous very elegant members of the public is that there is a strong feeling that there would be an adverse effect of the loss of this particular dentist. So I suppose my question is, again, how does that would seem that it bleeds into that decision. We can't separate the personality or the individuality entirely. And the judgment about reaching the balance, again, we've heard it put many times about one housing unit versus a healthcare facility serving 1,500 people. Again, this isn't purely a quantitative measure, it's a subjective, qualitative one. So again, just back to that distinction you draw, keep the personalities out. I see entirely why we should do that, but I just question if we can do it.
You've got to try and do it as much as you can, but then you've also got to kind of have in mind what might also be other material planning considerations. But then you've got to kind of think about the weight that you attach to those things. So some of the statements that we've heard made, and they've been made by people outside of this committee today, about the level and provision of dental care in this area. They are capable of being material planning considerations when you're looking at the adequacy of provision. So it's not an easy balance, but you as members have to decide what weight to attach to those, and some of it comes down to judgment.
Chris?
Yeah, thanks, David. Very helpful answer. That adequacy of provision question has been gone over time and time again. It's a very important one.
Yes, because that's what DM22 says. You have to be satisfied there is adequate provision. What DM, as Matthew has said in the report, and as we've outlined, DM22 doesn't actually define what adequate means. That's a matter of judgment. We've tried to define it one way. We've tried to limit it to a fairly objective kind of assessment of an objective way of comparing facilities. But there are other ways of defining adequate.
Councillor Note first.
Yeah, I just wanted to question the equalities and diversities bit a little bit more. 122 says that the alternative provision provide more accessible access on the ground level. But it wouldn't provide more accessible access for NHS patients, would it, since they're not accepting NHS patients? So has the equality and diversity issues that NHS patients face been considered?
So I think yes, and going kind of to what Lara was saying before in terms of that as being a material planning consideration. The line that you've specifically referred to solely I've taken from an examination of the site. They provide level access in terms of access to the building physically. That is solely what I've considered there in paragraph 122. Cotman House does not, it is upstairs. The Barrack Street is level access. That is solely what's been considered in that paragraph 122 there.
Councillor Sudi. Well, unless you want someone else to go. Did you have another question? Yeah, we'll move on to discussion in a minute. Yeah, somebody else who hasn't spoken. Councillor Potts. Oh, Councillor Laws. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Obviously, this is a very emotional topic, and we've heard very powerful and I'd say moving testimony from people who come to speak. And I appreciate we have to look at this in terms of strictly planning grounds. So, David, your response just earlier to Councillor Smith was very helpful. And at the risk of making you repeat something, do similar principles apply to the committee's assessment of the the balance of losing a business versus gaining housing? Can we make our own judgment on that? I think we've already said that, but just to doubly confirm, and possibly even the quality of the business. So a well-respected, well-used dentist practice versus a flat that may make a sort of relatively marginal contribution to housing, particularly in terms of affordable housing.
I would take some of the language out of that, because I would take the bit about well-used and well-respected, because those are personal attributes. Well, the well-used isn't, but the well-respected bit is a kind of personal attribute of the current dentist. You can make a judgment that, in the manner that you say, that the addition of one 3-bedroom flat to the city's housing land supply does not outweigh the loss of a dental practice, bearing in mind all the other material considerations that we've kind of talked about, which include the fact that you can go to other Class E uses without planning permission. So once you've taken all that, weighed it all up, you can come to a different conclusion to the one that we've actually set out in the report.
Councillor Fox.
Yeah, I just wondered with the inclusion and diversity assessment, whether the impact for like on neurodiversity and environment has been assessed in any way, because I think we heard from quite a few people who for who the surroundings of their dental practice was also important, and you know, it might affect neurodiverse people differently.
That comes back to the same point really, that we need to be assessing, this is a dentist, there are other dentists, and we, by taking that view, you are looking specifically at the services that the people who work here specifically provide and the environment that they've created that isn't necessarily lost through this change of use. Because it could have been a different dentist that was working there and a different service that was offered. So we need to be quite careful about how we consider this dentist to be any different to any others.
I was making questions up there as we think about. Councillor Fox? No? Councillor Kane?
I was kind of following up on that. Surely the environment is a material, the physical environment, right? So a lot of people spoke about, well, you get these big dentists, whereas this one is in a quiet place. It's one, it's one room, it's one dentist. Those things do affect neurodiverse people. So even if I'm looking at taking this dentist out and putting another dentist in there, it's still the same material environment. So I'm just asking whether that can be a consideration.
Yeah, I think it could be, and I think that comes back down to what David said about your interpretation of DM22A in terms of the adequate alternative provision and how you interpret adequate. Is this site particularly special that another...
And that is just to further test DM 17, DM 17 on the business case. So we're looking at a change of use, and David very clearly said that we need to detach the dentist from this, and it's about a business serving 4 employees, I believe. So if as the agent has suggested, this is another business by the time an appeal might come along, should the committee vote against this, will that test still remain? That it is based on the replacement of a business, which might be another viable business at the time of any such appeal, should it happen?
Yeah, that's correct. The M17 is purely about a business use, not a dentist use, not an office use. It's about a business use.
Thank you. That's very helpful.
Okay, we'll move on to discussion now. I think I'll start myself because I said nothing yet. I'm going to vote against this. Full stop. And get this out. That will come to it. One, I don't like the wall being took down at the back for extra car parking space there. 2, I don't think that should be a central apartment because it's next door to a pub, and I hate people complaining about when the pub is open. There's a bit of noise. So, but I doubt if I can put that in there instead of one dentist practice want to complain about it. So I don't know if you take planning or not. I doubt it very much. But I just think that the dentist is needed in the city. There ain't nowhere around here where anyone else can go. I mean, the last time I went to the dentist must have been about 35 years ago. I don't know if anyone can notice, but that's beside the point. So I'm definitely going to vote against it, but I need recommendations to help me do that. Judith. Yeah, we are having a discussion. Yeah.
I'm very impressed by the testimonies I've heard this morning of the skill and care offered by dentist Jonathan Frost and his team. However, I'm basing a decision I make today on policy. And I think it is hanging all on this word adequate. And I really don't feel that we, in policy 22, is it DM 22, that it has been demonstrated that there is an adequate alternative. I mean, adequate must mean that somebody can actually use another dentist. Well, if you can't get an appointment at another dentist, then you can't adequately use that dentist, can you? My interpretation of the word adequate is not about access, about one just being there. It is about actually getting a bit going on the books and getting an appointment. And although we've heard that 1,500 people will be looking for dentists and some will be able to pay for dentists elsewhere, 150 children that are also seen, that they are not going to be adequately find an adequate alternative. And yes, taking into account, but that this is an exceptional dentist. But I'm not going to use that as the reason for refusing the application. It's based on that we haven't demonstrated that there is an adequate alternative. And in weighing up all the evidence I've heard, I believe that the balance comes down in preserving this business because it is a community facility in favour of just adding to our stock of accommodation, and hopefully we have other applications in the pipeline, and who knows, it might be very soon when we do have a 5-year land supply. So I hope we can, on the basis of policy, find ways to refuse this application.
Okay. Don't forget we need a recommendation with reasons sometime or other. Councillor Stubley?
Thank you. Hopefully I can help with that. So it's especially useful to the committee to have so many passionate and well-informed residents speaking on this item today. You've made compelling arguments based firmly on the planning considerations that the committee must consider. I wish some of you were here last month for Debenhams. Your contributions have made the necessary balancing decision and judgment much easier than if it were just the report. And most of you have highlighted what I consider the two main concerns with the application. So first, under policy DM22, the proposal would result in the loss of an existing community healthcare facility. And I'm not persuaded that adequate alternative provision has been clearly demonstrated within the required distance. And second, the proposal would remove an active local business use. Policy DM17 seeks to safeguard business premises, and I'm not convinced the loss of this service is justified in order to create a single additional dwelling. Chipping away at the housing delivery shortfall to the value of 1 comes nowhere near satisfactory reasoning for the loss of this facility. It should never have come to committee. On that basis, Chair, I move that the application be refused.
I need a seconder for that. 1 or 2 on it. We're now going to talk about the proposal, what we just seconded as well. Anyone want to speak on that? David? Sarah?
Thank you, Chair. I did note earlier that yourself suggested that amenity might also be a third reason for refusal. I would advise to steer away from that, given that there are 3 flats there already. However, I think we have heard 2 reasons that we could refuse the application. And members have obviously come to a different planning balance in terms of the adequacy of provision and the benefits that a single dwelling would provide in terms of the benefits of the scheme, contrary to losing that. So I think there are 2 solid and defensible reasons in front of members today. But I would not add the amenity reason for refusal on top of that.
Okay, that's what we're talking about, the proposal which has been seconded. Councillor Knight?
I just want to highlight specifically on adequacy. if we are losing NHS provision and we are not providing more NHS provision, then we clearly aren't meeting adequate. So yeah, I'm voting against.
Anyone else wish to speak? Councillor Sands.
Thank you, Chair. We only have to go back a few years to the period of COVID to realise that many of us couldn't access dentists during that time, and many dentists took that as an opportunity to strike people off their NHS roll. I was one of those people, and I'm frequently as a councillor contacted by people who ask me, can you find me a dentist? So it seems extraordinary, totally extraordinary, that we have an application here before us that is to remove a dentist. Not only a dentist that provides service to a large number of private patients, but to NHS patients too. It's also not just a dentist. We've been informed that this is a dentist who provides some extraordinary specialist care in a building that is a listed building that also provides an ambience and an environment that engenders confidence in the patients who attend the dentist. And I think those two go hand in hand, they mesh. And those are highly important considerations. We cannot afford to simply let the aspirations of a developer to build a two-bedroom flat take away from a highly valued dental practice that the city really needs. So I certainly support that. The other consideration as well is I think we should consider this dentist as an asset of community interest, because it goes way beyond perhaps the usual aspects we think of as a business or as a dentist. And certainly as a child, I was a total dental phobic. As a child, you wouldn't have found me defending a dentist. I would have been running the other direction. But I know in my own ward, we are keen to open a dental practice as soon as is practicable, and certainly when the dental school sort of gets underway. So I think we've demonstrated clearly in planning terms the need to maintain the dental practice. We've demonstrated in social terms the need to maintain the dental practice, and I think the argument has well and truly been won.
Sarah?
Thank you, Chair. If it helps members, I would direct you initially to a reason for reviews around policy DM17 and the viability of the business premises, and then a secondary reason around DM22 and the adequacy. And alongside that, I'd also draw your attention to paragraphs 96C and 98C of the NPPF. I have, whilst discussions have been going on, been drafting some proposed reasons for refusal. In your discretion, Chair, I could read those out, and if members are in agreement with those, we could then discuss the content. So the first reason, it's considered that insufficient information has been submitted to demonstrate that the premises is no longer viable, feasible or practicable to be retained for the small business use, contrary to policy DM17 and other material considerations including the NPPF. It's considered that the benefits of providing a single 3-bedroom dwelling do not significantly and demonstrably outweigh the benefits of retaining this small business premises. The second reason, it has not been demonstrated that adequate alternative provision exists or will be provided in an equally accessible or more accessible location of the application site. The benefits of providing a single 3-bedroom dwelling are not considered to outweigh the substantial benefits of retention of a well-used community facility. In addition, planning decisions should enable and support healthy lives, both promoting good health and preventing ill health. It's considered that the loss of this facility would reduce the community's ability to meet its day-to-day needs. Therefore, the proposals are considered contrary to the aims of policy DM22, protection of community facilities, and paragraphs 96C and 98C of the NPPF.
Thank you. Councillor McVine?
Thank you, Chair. I think just, bolstering that, it should be remembered, and I'm grateful to the object who pointed out that it was already a mixed-use building in its occupation and construction, that there was a business there, and you just have to look at that, any photograph or look at the building to realise it was of that mixed use. You'd have clients, you'd have students in there. It has always had that kind of use, and it's part of Norwich's charm to have that mixture. So I think becoming more of a residential desert or surfeit is, I think, is undesirable. I think even if we are going for classes, some of the awful things that might happen as a result of meeting that class are controlled by other legislation. So I think for those kind of commercial reasons and keeping that part of Norwich in that mix are also important considerations in coming to this conclusion.
Okay, I need to ask the proposer, and second, I'll put you down, Councillor Laws, because everyone put their hands up, we just picked one, you picked you. You need to say yes, that you agree what was said by Sarah into that motion.
Shall I go first?
Yeah.
Yes, thank you, Sarah. I think that's spot on. I wouldn't want to add anything material to that. The DM17 in particular covers the business, covers the building, this particular premises as a business. Whether or not it's a dentist, if it's a viable business, then change of use is not satisfactory. Any landlord considering changing the type of business when they've got a viable business paying rent would not be a commercially sensible decision, and it would also be entirely heartless.
Councillor Laws, are you happy?
Thank you. Yes, I certainly agree with what's just been said. I just wanted to say thanks to the objectors for coming on and speaking, and also thanks to the officers for all their work on this. I think it's important to make clear that people who bring applications to us are entitled to have them decided on proper planning grounds, and I believe we're doing that, and it's been helpful, the wording that's been suggested. Just one slight caveat that obviously we can make this decision today, but at the end of the day, the building remains in the ownership of the owner, and the dentist is a tenant, and obviously we can't interfere with those sort of property landlord-tenant relationship, but we can decide this on planning grounds, and I believe we're moving to making the right decision. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Lovett?
I'm satisfied with the reasons given, but should we also make reference to future increase in population? I mean, we are trying to desperately plan for the future and to make sure we have adequate facilities for the people who are going to come and live in our city, but
I would say that's probably covered in the point about adequacy, and obviously when we are creating a local plan, we do obviously look at the health impact assessments as part of that plan making, so I'd say it's covered in those current reasons for refusal.
Okay, I'm going to move to the bill. Is there anyone want to speak against the proposal before I move to the bill? Give you all a chance, thank you. Right, the proposal is, which Sarah read out, hopefully, proposed by Councillor Stootley and seconded by Councillor Laws. All those in favour of the proposal, please show. That's unanimous, so it's actually been not approved. Thank you.
Refused.
We need to take a break now, so we have to have a break anyway for everyone to leave if they want to leave anyway, which I think they probably do. But we need a break as well, and I would suggest that we meet back at 2 o'clock. Now I know Councillor Haynes has said she's got to go at 2:30. I wouldn't bother coming back because that will probably last longer than half an hour. But just a bit of advice, that is.
Yeah, ready whenever you are, Chair.
All right, thank you everyone for coming again. We will start. There's just one thing I should have done in the first half of the meeting. Minutes of last meeting, do we agree they're correct record?
Yeah.
Agreed, thank you very much for that. And we move on to our last application now, which is Slowbolton Park. And I'll ask our planning officer to go through the report. Gemma? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. The application is for a single-storey sports changing rooms and artificial grass pitch, referred to as an AGP, with associated works on the northern part of Slowbottom Park.
Gemma, can you talk a bit closer? That would be possible. Thank you.
Let me know if that's okay. So this is the red line boundary of this site, and then just in this next plan here, you can see that it relates to the northern part of Slowbottom Park. The rest of the park is outlined in blue to demonstrate ownership of the park, together with the car park just up here. On the top left photo, this is taken at the midway point, so just from the pavilion looking up towards the site. And then the bottom photo down here is taken as a view from the application site, so then looking down towards the pavilion. I'm sure you're all familiar with Slowbottom Park anyway. So separately to the works proposed under this application, further works within the wider park are proposed under the Levelling Up Funded Slowbottom Park project. These include refurbishment of the existing building to provide a community space, a resurfaced and formally arranged car park, resurfaced footpaths, destination play park, enhancements to the BMX track, improvements to Dolphin Path, widened entrance and cycle storage improvements. These works do not comprise part of the planning application proposals. However, this is just to give members a bit of context of what else is happening around the park. This is the proposed site plan, so a bit more about the proposals. This is the proposed sports hub building, which would provide a staff room, changing room, club room, toilets, baby changing places toilet and a plant room. The AGP pitch itself, and then also a 4.5 metre high ball stop perimeter fence. The proposal also includes the provision of 6 14 metre high steel columns that would provide LED floodlighting. The application includes the siting of a storage container, which is this very small box just next to the pitch there. So these two plans side by side. On the left-hand side, you have the existing arrangement of the pitches on the park. And then to the right-hand side is the proposed AGP pitch, but also the reconfiguration of the existing pitches. Paragraph 96C of the MPPF encourages decisions to enable and support healthy lives through both promoting good health and preventing ill health, especially where this would address an identified local health and wellbeing need, reduce health inequalities between the most and least deprived communities. Sports England have been consulted on the application and confirms that the application complies with their exception policies. The proposed sports hub would allow for an ancillary feature supporting the principal use of the AGP and would not affect the quantity of the playing pitches. Furthermore, the proposal would not reduce the existing sporting capacity or the number of playing pitches due to this reconfiguration. The local football facility plan cites aspirations for a new AGP, improvements for pavilion refurbishment at Slowbottom Park. In this context of football provision, the proposal would therefore meet an emerging local need. The same plan also notes some existing 3G pitches are at capacity. As such, although the proposal would result in the loss of a grass playing field, this would be replaced by a new AGP facility where such a need has been identified. The proposal would allow for development of alternative sports and recreation provision with clear qualitative improvements. The benefits
Chair, I'm very sorry to interrupt, and apologies as well, Gemma. I need to interrupt the meeting because a note has been passed, I believe, to a member of the committee. So we'll need to make sure to see what that is.
Yeah, they wanted me to ask a question. I think it's actually already in the report anyway. I believe the size is in the report anyway. I didn't realise that was going to happen. It just got passed to me.
Thank you, Councillor. Just for the absolute clarity for the meeting, the question was, could you ask if the pitch is FA regulation size, and how big is it exactly? I'll just ask our legal colleague if there's any implications from that and whether it will impact any decision making today.
Yeah, no idea.
Okay, we're satisfied, Chair, that we can continue with the meeting. Councillor Kane can continue to take part. But thank you, Councillor Kane, for saying that. And obviously, members, if you are approached, please bring it to our attention as soon as possible in future. Thank you.
That's the question I was going to ask anyway.
Thank you. I'll just start the last part again. So the proposal would allow for the development of alternative sports and recreational provision with a clear qualitative improvement. The benefits of such provision would clearly outweigh the loss of the former grass pitch. So this plan, yes, you can see it in colour, illustrates the various pitch layouts that the new facility could accommodate. So the white line, which is the biggest line, is for over 18, so adults, 11v11. The smaller blue line is for under 12s, 9v9. Then there's two yellow pitch layouts. These are for under 10, 7v7, and 4 red pitch layouts, which are for under 8s, 5v5 sports. So this is the roof of the sports hub building, which would accommodate PV panels, together with 4 mechanical ventilation heat recovery units. These would be screened behind a parapet wall. To the north of the sports hub, just up here, you've got 2 air source heat pumps, and no concerns have been raised by environmental protection officers in relation to noise and these aspects. So the proposal would materially enhance the quality and inclusivity of the existing on-site facilities through the provision of a fully accessible changing places toilet, which is highlighted by the pink circle there. Changing place facilities provide specialist equipment, including height adjustable changing benches and hoists, enabling use by people who would otherwise be unable to access standard accessible toilets. The inclusion of such facility represents a significant improvement in accessibility and inclusivity, broadening the usability of the site. We've got an aspect here of the proposed building, sports hub building at the AGP. The site is outside of the Norwich conservation area. However, the proposal is read within the wider setting of the conservation area, and through consultation, the Conservation and Design Officer identifies Slow Bottom Park to meet the criteria of a non-designated heritage asset. The scale and massing of the proposals have been accepted, and it's considered that only limited views from the conservation area are affected. The Conservation Officer concluded in relation to heritage that overall there would be negligible to low levels of less than substantial harm. In accordance with paragraph 215 of the NPPF, where less than substantial harm has been identified, this must be weighed against the public benefits of the proposal. The scheme provides significant public benefits, including delivery of high-quality sports facility in an area with recognised deprivation, increased access to sport and physical activity, provision of modern inclusive facilities that extends beyond the existing community provision, together with the contribution to the park's infrastructure. When balanced against the wide-ranging public benefits, it's clear that these outweigh the limited heritage harm that's been identified, satisfying the requirements of NPPF. So you see elevations of the sports hub building. The proposals were amended during the course of the application, just to amend the materiality. So the revised elevations show red brick across all of the elevations. This amendment allows for a cohesive view of the building and reinforces the building's relationship with the Norwich conservation area and the wider character of the area, where red brick is a defining characteristic. The applicants also introduced additional detailing on the western elevation, and it's considered the introduction of the floodlights and perimeter fencing are not considered to be an uncommon feature within a park setting, where they are typically seen to support formal sports uses. In terms of highways, so the top image here is demonstrating the access off Drayton Road, and then this is the existing Slow Bottom Park, car park associated with Slow Bottom Park. The proposal will utilise the existing access as this car park. The Highways Authority have raised a holding objection, citing concerns relating to the intensity of use, traffic generation, parking demand, width of the existing vehicular access, potential queuing on Stratton Road, pedestrian and cycle conflict, and to the risk of overspeed parking on surrounding roads. However, it's important to note that the proposal would not increase the theoretical maximum capacity of people who could be present at any one time. The site currently operates as a public open space with no restriction on the number of users, as this will remain the case. The development proposed formalises and manages the use of the site rather than increasing capacity of the pitches or peak capacity beyond what could lawfully occur at present. No evidence has been provided to demonstrate that the development would result in a severe residual cumulative impact to the highway network, which is the relevant policy test. Whilst outside of the application site boundary, the existing car park would be formalised and resurfaced. This would improve parking efficiency and usability compared to the current situation. Formalisation of the car park would deliver more efficient and considerate parking layout, improved internal circulation and clearer organisation of vehicles, which would allow for increased parking capacity. The applicant has advised that the Football Foundation terms and conditions state that delivery of the project must comply with any project specifications. The key deliverables of the project include the provision of these car park works. The local planning authority can therefore be satisfied that the car park works would be delivered and there's not a material impact to highway safety. So this is just a plan demonstrating the 2 points of cycle provision on site, both covered and uncovered, and this is a policy compliant level of cycle parking. So the proposal also includes a landscape design that responds to the wider park setting, and supporting infrastructure such as new pathways have been integrated into the proposals and soften the impact of the introduction of the facility. The proposals also include structured tree planting. Suitable replacement planting has been demonstrated within the proposals following removal of 2 whiteling trees that are assessed as being of low quality and condition. The submitted proposals suggest planting 18 small trees within the site and 20 trees planted in various off-site areas within the wider park. The proposal or the development would be subject to mandatory biodiversity net gain requirements. The proposal seeks to provide the net gain within the wider slow bottom park area. The BNG measures include the enhancement of existing grassland, new native tree planting both on and off-site, and the creation of small areas of landscape planting. Biodiversity net gain equates to 11.7%, exceeding the minimum statutory requirement, and this would be secured through a legal agreement at the discharge of the net gain condition. The proposal has been assessed having regard to a range of environmental considerations, including the use of rubber crumb infill, which is required for artificial grass pitches. The proposal includes detailed infill containment and management measures designed to minimise migration beyond the playing surface. It's noted that the EU has passed legislation that would prohibit the sale of rubber crumb in the EU by 2031. However, this restriction has not been adopted into UK law. In the UK context, the Department for Environmental, Food and Rural Affairs, DEFRA, have commissioned a report to examine the potential regulatory options for intentionally adding microplastics, including the polymer infill used in artificial turf systems such as this. The report acknowledges that no alternatives currently match the rubber infill's performance and durability. The DEFRA report does not propose an outright ban on rubber infill. Instead, it evaluates a range of management options which focus on containment and emission control measures. The proposed development complies with the UK REACH, which is a regulation applied to the majority of chemical substances that are manufactured or imported into Great Britain, and national guidance. The Football Foundation have adopted the design of the facility to minimise the infill spread from the pitches. The containment measures themselves, the containment and mitigation measures include 500mm high perimeter containment barriers, containment grills and boot cleaning brushes, external seating to allow players to remove boots before leaving the facility, coarse brush matting at all sides and exit points, additional filters and gullies pitch side, clear signage and rules for use, instructing players to remove footwear before exiting, regular removal of infill from the viewing area and around the hub building. These measures collectively represent best practice, and it's considered that subject to conditions securing their implementation and maintenance, the risk of environmental dispersal infill has been appropriately mitigated. Comments have been received from the Norwich Wildlife Trust, initially requesting a wider assessment of the potential impact from microplastics to enter the environment and the resulting effects on protected sites and species. The applicant subsequently provided further clarification and outlines the specialist designed mitigation and infill retention measures. The Wildlife Trust welcomed these measures and confirms that they are satisfied the measures should contain the spread of infill material if properly implemented. Crucially, Natural England have been consulted on the proposals and have raised no objection in respect of impacts to designated sites or wider biodiversity. They consider that based on the plan submitted, the proposal will not have a significant adverse impact on protected nature conservation sites or landscapes. As the statutory body responsible for nationally important ecological assets, Natural England's response carries substantial weight. In terms of flood risk, the submitted flood risk assessment confirms that the site lies within flood zone 1 and is at low risk of all sources of flooding. Surface water modelling shows that only shallow exceedance during extreme events, which is 1 in 1,000 at an exceedance probability. Surface water will be managed in accordance with the drainage hierarchy through a suds-based infiltration system. The artificial pitch is fully permeable with a granular subbase that provides attenuation, supported by perforated carrier drains discharging to a dedicated soakaway. Anglian Water objects to the application, raising concerns relating to downstream and farm network capacity and the lack of treatment headroom at Whittingham Wastewater Recycling Centre. However, the objection is not supported by evidence demonstrating that this small-scale development would result in a material increase in risk. Given the modest nature of the proposal and the absence of technical evidence showing that the additional files would meaningfully exacerbate existing network capacity issues, officers consider that the objection has not been appropriately substantiated. The potential implications to human health have been raised during public consultation due to the use of the rubber infill material. While the use of the synthetic material has generated broader discussion in relation to microplastics, there's no substantive evidence before the LPA that the regulated use of the rubber crumb infill presents a significant risk to human health, particularly at this scale. The pitch will be constructed and managed in accordance with recognised standards. The public health benefits associated with high-quality sports provision are well established. The development will provide year-round reliable access to formal sport and physical activity. These benefits are particularly significant given the site's location within an area experiencing deprivation, where health inequalities and lower physical activity rates are often higher. Overall, in terms of public health, the proposal represents a positive and proactive intervention in delivering long-term benefits to physical health, mental well-being and social cohesion. So to conclude, in heritage terms, the development would result in low levels of less than substantial harm. This harm has been weighed against the public benefits of the proposal in accordance with national policy. Environmental considerations have been assessed and carefully considered, including the use of the rubber crumb infill associated with microplastic containment. The evidence before the LPA indicates that these matters are limited in scale and can be appropriately managed through design containment measures and mitigation programmes. Whilst the Highway Authority raised a holding objection, no substantive evidence has been provided to demonstrate that the proposal would result in severe residual cumulative impacts to the highway network. This must be weighed against the public benefits of the scheme. The MPPF places a social objective on the planning system in supporting strong, vibrant and healthy communities. This can be done by ensuring well-designed places with accessible services and open spaces that reflect current and future needs of communities' health, social and cultural well-being. Development represents a significant investment in community infrastructure, delivering long-term social health and well-being benefits. The site is located within an area of recognised deprivation. In such context, access to high-quality recreational infrastructure is particularly valuable. When taken in the round, the identified harms are clearly outweighed by the substantial public benefits of the proposal. Accordingly, the proposal is therefore recommended for approval, subject to the conditions set out in the report. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Emma. We've got two speakers here today. Deborah, if you'd like to take us through the first one, you'll have 3 minutes. Thank you. Deborah Peck.
Hello. I'll read out the bit that I intended to say, and then I've probably got a few more comments if I've got time. So, I object to the installation of the 3G pitch on environmental grounds. I appreciate the mitigation measures that are going to be built into the design of the pitch to reduce microplastic contamination. But to be effective, these rely on players complying with the measures such as the boot brushes, and it remains unclear who's going to ensure that this happens. To me, it also remains unclear how any contamination will be monitored, whether it's going to be done by an independent body or whether it's going to be left to the operator of the pitch to self-monitor. And I wonder whether the council have stated what action would be taken if contamination occurs once the pitch is operational. I would like to note that I think in the Wildlife Trust report, they mentioned a study that had said there was very little compliance with using with behavioural measures of using with boot brushes, etc., that have been supplied. Also, my own observation at the Nest, which is managed by the Football Foundation, is that the plastic crumb was everywhere from the car park to the cafe, etc. So I still think that there's quite concerns. Another thing I'd like to sort of point out that in Marlcross we've got a very active community of people called the Green Hearts who've been looking at improving the environment and creating blue and green corridors for nature up from the Wensum, working with the Wildlife Trust. I think to risk contaminating these important spaces, it feels like a slap in the face from the council, who's supposed to be making Norwich a city for nature at the moment. The other thing I'd just like to point out, which perhaps isn't relevant to the planning, that the original application for this was put in without any consultation to the area of deprivation to Marlcross that's being quoted so much as being benefited. Steve will talk a bit more about local opposition. Most people locally have said they're happy with the use of the park as it is. I think that in the whole overall proposal, there's very little that is going to actually make a big improvement to people living in poverty on Marlcross, although obviously it may benefit Norwich broadly. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Steve? Steve Brown, and you have 3 minutes as well. Thank you.
Hello?
Hello.
Thanks for giving me the opportunity to speak. I'm speaking not just for myself, but on behalf of the 579 people who signed the online petition objecting to this proposal. And the reason I kind of started this petition was because I actually run a sort of community plant nursery on the Barclay Avenue allotments adjacent to Snowball Park, and I've also got my own allotment plot there. Through that, I've got involved with the Friends of Snowball Park and the Marlcross Green Hearts. And we weren't consulted in any way about this. Make it clear it's something that's actually been done to the local community rather than, there's been no involvement from the local community. So I'll read out the wording of the petition, which kind of sums up the objections. And it says, recent DEFRA research shows that artificial grass sports pitches are amongst the worst sources of microplastic and forever chemicals pollution. Yet Norwich City Council intend to go ahead with the plans to spend over £1 million on constructing such a pitch on Slowbottom Park in Marlcross. The park occupies a sensitive environment location, being bordered by Bryn Wensum, Marlcross Marshes, County Wildlife Site, Slowbottom Marshes, Norfolk Wildlife Trust Nature Reserve, and Barclay Avenue allotment site. Furthermore, the project will involve the fencing off and in effect, the privatisation of a public green space. This would be a dangerous precedent. We feel it is highly ironic that funding intended to improve the health and economic proposals of the local community is being used in this way, and we call on the council to think again. So I'd just like to say, it's not too late to change your mind, even if you decided in favour of it 2.5 years ago when it was first proposed. Please vote with your conscience rather than along political lines or whatever. because this is something that's not going to go away. If it goes through, you know, there's going to be long-term consequences. So that's all I've got to say.
Okay. Can I just ask, make sure no one signed this petition? Good.
All the residents.
No, it's fine. No, it's all fine. No. Move on to the officer, Mark Brown. Oh no, it's got to be a statement first. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. This is a statement from the Norwich Youth Advisory Board in support of the proposal, and it's by all the senior youth worker. Norwich Youth Advisory Board supports the proposed redevelopment of Slowbottom Park, particularly for the benefits it will bring to children and young people. Too often, parks are designed mainly for very young children or adults, with limited attention to the needs of young people. This redevelopment helps address that by creating play, sport and social opportunities that are genuinely appealing and accessible to them, particularly through the pitch and the sports hub. In our recent Norfolk-wide Youth Advisory Board survey, which received over 15,000 responses from young people, improved parks and outdoor spaces, feeling safe in their community, and access to free or low-cost clubs and activities were the top priorities. Enhancing Slowbottom Park responds directly to these needs, offering a safe, welcoming space to be active, socialise and enjoy positive recreational opportunities. Inclusive design will also ensure the park benefits the wider community, supporting social connection and shared use across all ages. Overall, the redevelopment will strengthen Slowbottom Park as a community space where young people feel valued, visible and welcome. And then the representation includes quotes from young people. I think this redevelopment will help to build community within Norwich and encourage intersectionality amongst young people. It ensures safety and inclusivity for people of all ages and helps create a fun environment for people to visit without having to pay ridiculous amounts. As an environmentally conscious teenager, I like that they have some focus on wildlife areas, including managed woodland and wildlife corridors to the marshes, particularly given it lessens the impact of the industrial estate behind it. But I also really appreciate the well thought out approach to accessibility for all people of all ability, including those with mobility and sensory issues. I also really appreciate the community approach encouraging culture and collaboration within the surrounding area. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Move on to Mark Brown, speak for the applicant, and you have 6 minutes. Thank you.
Chair, members of the committee, thank you for your time. My name is Mark Brown. I'm the Head of Property and Economic Development here at Norwich City Council. First, I'd like to thank the planning officers, Gemma and David, for their clear and balanced report. The proposals before you today form part of a wider programme of improvement in Slowbottom Parks, supported by £7.6 million of levelling up funding, plus match funding, bringing the total investment in the area to over £9 million. This wider package will deliver extensive and much needed upgrades across the park, including the new all-weather pitch and sports pavilion, incorporating a change in places toilet, and which the application for which is before you today. But also a new play area, which has strong support from local residents, refurbishment of the existing pavilion, provide a cafe, public toilets and a community room, improvements to the BMX track, and pathway enhancements, improved site facilities and upgrades to the car parking and lighting. Our ambition is to improve health, well-being and life chances for the residents of Mark Cross. The ward faces significant challenges with life expectancy 3.7 years below the national average and children's social mobility among the lowest 10% nationally. Evidence consistently shows that investment in sport and community facilities helps reduce inequalities, improves life satisfaction and creates pathways into education and employment. The proposed artificial grass pitch will provide up to 80 hours of use per week, compared with around 6 hours on a grass pitch, a transformational increase in access to sport. We have worked closely with residents and stakeholders throughout the design process, supported by a community steering group, and I particularly highlight the strong support from the Youth Advisory Board. I'd have to strongly disagree with the lack of consultation on this, I've personally chaired a community steering group on a monthly basis with members of the local community. We've also held a number of consultations on Get Talking Norwich and have really strong support in all those consultations we've received back. Just turning to some of the concerns that have been raised, some residents have expressed concerns over the perceived privatisation of the park. However, grass pitches on the site are already hired out, as is common practice in the parks. The intense use of an artificial grass pitch requires fencing for safety and security. Fencing is also clearly essential for rubber crumb mitigation. And the design of fencing are requirements of funding bodies, including the Football Foundation and Sport England. Increasingly, we have to work with the public and the wider public sector and VCSE sectors to deliver the best outcomes for residents, and that's exactly what we're trying to do here. In relation to the concerns about ecological impact, we're incorporating best practice design and mitigation measures to address the performance of infill mitigation. And I'm really glad to see that following discussions with Norfolk Wildlife Trust, they welcome our approach. I agree that the success is in the operation, but we're in a unique opportunity here as the applicant and the landlord for any operator in the future to ensure that they're implemented effectively. In addition, and alongside the biodiversity measures within the planning application, we are developing a wider biodiversity vision plan for the whole park to enhance natural habitats while delivering substantial sporting and recreational benefits. Finally, on highways, some county colleagues appear to favour significantly increased car parking, which in turn will be contrary to policies protecting open space and sports areas and will not benefit Marlborough residents. Our wider proposals do include improvements to existing parking areas, and a core focus of the overall scheme is promoting sustainable travel, with improved pathways, better site connectivity, and upgraded facilities that benefit the whole community. Many communities across Greater Norwich already enjoy excellent access to sports and recreation. Nearby areas such as Helston, Old Catton and Spigsworth benefit from substantial football clubs, supporting hundreds of people in active lifestyles every week. The absence of comparable provision in Marlcross, combined with the health and wellbeing challenges in this ward, which I underlined earlier, is exactly why this investment is so urgently needed. Today, this application offers the opportunity to provide high-quality facilities to a community experiencing some of the greatest deprivation and inequality in our region. This is a genuinely exciting, once-in-a-generation project that will transform Slowbottom Park and deliver lasting improvements to health and wellbeing for Marlborough residents. I therefore trust the committee will approve the application in line with the officer recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. I'll move on to members now and questions to the officer. I've got two I'd like to bring up. One is all these pictures we got grown-ups with 11-year-olds and 5-year-olds and stuff like this. Is there a timetable during the day and what ones they're being using? So is it 9 and 11 will be 5-year-old pictures, or 1 to 3 will be 17-year-old pictures, and in the evening that'll be adults, or is there anything like that?
I don't think that detail's been sorted out yet, as the tender process is still out for the operator.
Okay, I was just wondering, because all the pictures are there, and I didn't want, in the end, to just say, oh no, well, we go have adults. So they just use the adult ones, not the other ones.
Yeah.
But we can't force them to bring out a programme of what times these are going to be used?
No, that wouldn't be material to our consideration. The pitch layouts are just to demonstrate how many and the different layouts that can be achieved on the pitch proposed.
Probably put some baseball ones on as well, you're not going to use them. And the other thing about floodlights, can the floodlights be turned off individually? So if they're only playing on this little pitch up this end, do you have to turn the lights on from the other end? Or will those 4 lights up this end be enough light to play on that 5-year-old pitch or 17-year-old pitch? Because you don't need the lights on at the other end, do you? Because no one's playing up there.
I mean, I suppose, I don't know if they can be turned off individually. I'd have to ask the applicant. But I would also just query why that would be necessary.
Well, to save money, for example. Save light pollution in the evening.
Conditions are recommended to control the timings of floodlights, and if the applicant is able to confirm to her if they can be operated individually, then I'm sure that could be something we could consider.
Thank you very much. 2 questions. Councillor Potts.
Yeah, so I was... Sorry, can you use your microphone?
I think I've known that by now. Yeah, I had a few questions. One was whether the pitch material contains PFAs, and then another one was what monitoring and enforcement measures will take place, because although it says that the microplastics will be contained, there's lots of evidence from where these pitches have been installed that that doesn't happen, and anecdotal evidence where the material's all over the car park. The other one was around, with the floodlighting, all of the lighting on the site be insect friendly. And then the final question, if I could, is around, so I know the Highways Authority said that it would increase traffic from across Norwich. So what evidence is there that this would be mostly used by Mile Cross residents rather than attracting car travel from across Norwich?
Thank you. So the infill is SBR, which is styrene butane rubber, which is made from recycled tyres. In terms of the enforcement of the mitigation measures that have been put forward, so the Football Foundation, just going to find the relevant part, sorry, have there's a sports and play construction association which has been developed to control the quality and protocol of sports performance infill, and that follows similar protocols to the EU regulations. In terms of the same levels of protection, field owners and operators would have to form part of that association in terms of ensuring maintenance and compliance, and so that's a condition of the membership to make sure that they comply with the code of conduct and practice and protocols. The applicants also provided additional reassurance in terms of the tender, which specifically requires the operator to adhere to the maintenance schedule and contribute annually to the ring-fence sinking fund, which ensures that the facilities will remain safe and environmentally compliant throughout the operational life. The highways concerns that have been raised, at the moment we can't control who visits the facility anyway. We have no idea how wide-ranging, how far people travel to visit Slowbottom Park. And that there could be the council as the owner of the park could promote it more, so to increase people and visits to the site. So in terms of that trip generation, that would be very hard to quantify what level of harm there would be, given that there isn't a technical limit at the moment.
Just add to a couple of those. Just taking the last one first, and the applicant has kind of already highlighted that there are other facilities similar to this in other areas, so this is very much targeted at the provision markers. I mean, that doesn't mean to say people won't travel from outside of the area, but it's very much targeted at local provision to kind of bring markers up to the level that other areas have for that kind of sports provision. And just to kind of reiterate the controls over the microplastics, we've kind of got 3 layers in this instance, all of which the council, not necessarily as the local planning authority, but all of which the council is actually involved with. Sorry, you've got the tender process, which is going to set the requirement that the operator is a member of this trade body that James outlined, which then has a requirement for monitoring and compliance with the microplastics, monitoring in that, and then you've got the planning condition. So you've got a couple of different ways in which the management of the facility is going to be controlled. One of which is directly available to the local planning authority, and the other is something that the council corporately is involved with.
So I'm just a little bit confused about who is doing the monitoring, who is doing the enforcing, and also whether like recycled tyres contain PFA?
Sorry, excuse my ignorance, but what's a PFA?
They are harmful forever chemicals that persist in the environment, and they are associated with a number of plastics and yeah, and I know that in other pictures this has been raised as a concern.
Okay, I think the answer to that is that we don't know whether it contains, the microplastics in this instance contain that particular material. But I think from a planning point of view, whilst I understand, and Jenny's referred to a kind of wider discussion about the use of the material, it is something that is allowable under different regulations outside of the land use planning system. So I think that's there's nothing, the use of this particular material is authorised kind of through wider environmental controls.
Sorry, yeah, I think from my point of view, it's just that because they're carcinogenic, for me, it's important to know, like, if the microplastics are leaching, then I want to know if they're associated with those carcinogenic.
We don't have an answer to that, I'm afraid. Sorry, in terms of the monitoring, I mean, we as a local planning authority would be able to monitor compliance with any conditions about the microplastic management condition, but also the council corporately. And I think it's correct in saying that it's a material consideration that the council is, as a regulatory body and as a landlord, is involved in this process, that members can kind of take some comfort from that process. So we have kind of different levels of control over that. So the answer is that we as a local planning authority will be responsible for monitoring compliance with any condition, but also the council as landlord would be responsible for monitoring compliance with any requirements of the tender process, which would also put restrict controls on the management of the microplastics.
Is there any more questions? Councillor Kane?
Yeah, thank you very much. It's not that size of the page. I just wanted to, sorry, I've been confused by a few things, so some of these are kind of clarifications for my benefit. Just a further question on the lighting. I can't find it now, but when I was going through the papers earlier, I swear I read about how it was a particular type of floodlights that were designed to sort of stop bleed and stuff, and I wondered whether it could just be explained a bit more to me and how that kind of works in with because the green corridor was mentioned earlier, and I know that well, one of the main things about the green corridor is the nighttime traffic, for want of a better word, around it, and we know we've got bats there and stuff like that. So I just, again, just for my own clarification, I kind of wanted to just hear a bit more about that. I've got a couple of other questions, but if I just start with that one.
Thank you, yeah. So unfortunately I didn't include it in the plan, but we have got a comprehensive floodlight strategy, and that demonstrates that light spill is very contained and it's direct onto the pitch itself. There's no overspill into any green corridors or any hedgerow immediately adjacent, and the site itself is negligible in terms of bat foraging.
Councillor Stephen?
Sorry, can I just add to that? In terms of commuting bats, the edges of the site are identified as being moderately important within the wider setting of the park, and that's why this design, the lighting to minimise light spill is important. I think that kind of ties in with Councillor Fox, your question about kind of insect friendly and stuff. The whole lighting system is designed to minimise excess spill.
Councillor Stephen?
Thank you. I think others are exploring the policy test that I was going to ask a question about. So, just for the record, I have a procedural question, and that is the justification for putting this item last rather than first, where it was on the original agenda, because I can't see, having started the hearing, why it's been bumped to last from first.
I believe it's because we wait for our solicitor, and the solicitor couldn't get there until later on, So instead of waiting and have the meeting an hour later, we decided to put this after the first 4 items, which only took up to just at 11 o'clock anyway.
Okay,
so that's quite good.
There isn't a solicitor in this hearing. It was,
She's here.
Oh, I see.
And she introduced herself.
So we were unable to get a solicitor until 2 o'clock.
No, 11 o'clock.
11 o'clock.
She did, and they both introduced themselves when I asked them to.
Okay, so it wasn't possible to have
Sarah?
that representation.
Just to clarify, we've recently requested that we have legal representation in planning committees, just so that we are clear on procedural matters, where matters arise, and for example, where recommendations might want to go against officer recommendations. We've got that legal advice in the room to support members in their decision making. And unfortunately today, our colleague from MP Law was unable to be here before 11 o'clock, so we decided that we would take the smaller matters first, that were potentially less contentious for members to make decisions on, and consider those, and then obviously not wanting to keep members of the public waiting with the large number of speakers on the last item. We decided that would then be the most appropriate thing. There is no underlying reason why this has come last. It was just to facilitate that public attendance at previous meetings and ensure that we have legal support to help members make legally robust decisions.
Okay, thank you. I wasn't aware that your colleague there was from MP Law. So, I mean, that clears it up. And actually, I'm pleased to ask the question because public perception sometimes does change when the order of procedure changes. So, thank you for clearing it up.
Yeah, they did ask me yesterday, and I agreed that we should change the order. Councillor Laws?
Thank you, Chair. I've just got a couple of questions to confirm a couple of points. Is it possible to go back to the slide where you showed the layout of the pitches sort of before and after? Just to confirm a couple of points. Over the whole park. Yeah, I think that's the one. So just confirm the actual number of pitches will remain the same, and then those sort of pale green rectangles. And the area of the overall park that we're talking about now is roughly 10-15% or something of the overall area. Is that about right?
Yeah, that's correct.
So the impact, I mean, so there will be 2 other pitches available to anyone who turns up, anytime, members of the public.
There'd be the same number of pitches. It's obviously the pitch layouts I showed you are just to demonstrate what the AGP pitch, so the next slide, what types of football sports can be played on this proposal, but due to the wider proposals within Snow Bottom Park, it's just a reconfiguration of the remaining pitches.
Yeah. So the vast majority of the park will still be totally open to any members of the public?
Yes,
correct. Councillor Maguire?
Thanks, Chair. It's not really a question, it's an answer to a question. PFAs are not normally involved in styrofoam container manufacture. There shouldn't be any PFAs in that crop.
Okay, we'll just on questions on Councillor Nunn.
Thank you, Chair. So I'm just looking for a little bit of clarification. Point 21 sort of infers that Anglian Water doesn't think that the site should be occupied until 2030. I mean, they recommend that planning permission will be granted, that there would be an imposed written confirmation that they can sufficiently treat water waste. But if it's by 2030 and our European allies are obviously in an 8-year transition period to no longer to prohibit the sale of rubber chrome in 2031, and we're also doing our own assessments, is there any kind of like future proofing of this? Because what if this DEFRA assessment means that we shouldn't be using microplastics of this kind, and we then have essentially built an artificial pitch we can no longer use in 10 years' time?
So the Anglian water condition, in paragraph 258 of the report, notes that the condition is not recommended as a condition to this planning application. The wastewater recycling centre at Whittingham is part of a wider Anglian water network improvements, and that falls outside of this planning process because we've issued a joint position statement with the Norfolk authorities which outline that the condition is, as requested, is inappropriate or justified as it doesn't meet the 6 tests of planning. So that's not a recommended condition, so it wouldn't be part of this application.
Wonderful, thank you. And then on point 30, it says that it is considered acceptable in principle, but then there's the absence of verified visualizations from within the conservation area. Did design and conservation actually make an informed assessment if they weren't given verified visualizations?
Yeah, so I'm just trying to find the relevant part of the report. Those visualisations obviously were requested by the Conservation Officer, however, as part of their consultation response, which their response is summarised in the report, but the full response is on public access. It has a whole matrix document which undertakes an assessment of the harm to the various heritage assets. That's been a comprehensive assessment of harm, and overall it was still concluded this mutual negligible, low to negligible, less than substantial harm, even without the requested visualisations. So officers made a recommendation on the basis of that and balanced that overall. There would still be a less than substantial impact to heritage assets.
Thank you. I just have one more question, and this is more of a curiosity. 48, informative recommended in relation to potential for unexploded risk assessment. I don't know what an unexploded risk assessment is.
Full of bombs in my course.
Okay.
So that relates to unexploded ordnance, which a report was submitted and has been verified by both our Environmental Protection Officer and I can't think of their title, but another officer, Resilience Officer, thank you. And so it's just recommended to follow the recommendations within that report.
Thank you. Councillor Potts.
Yeah, two things. I wondered, because it said about the flood risk was about the 1 in 1,000 probability, and I wondered if climate change forecast probabilities have been considered in that. And the other thing is, with the monitoring and enforcement, if the provider doesn't comply and microplastics do leach into the environment, I wondered what is in place to clean that up, and what would happen in that instance. And also from being as a councillor in this position, I wondered how I take into account, so I don't feel confident that those microplastics will be contained because of evidence from other pitches. So I don't know how I balance that with making a decision here.
Can I ask where you got the evidence from? Because the evidence of it is the other way around.
Yeah, just from researching online, yeah.
Councillor Nutton?
I'm sorry, I promise this last year.
You've got to come back on that question, Councillor Potts. Just come back on your
Yeah,
question.
so just to answer some of the questions. So yes, that does account for climate change, the 1 in 1,000 exceedance, which is extreme circumstances, so less than 1 in 100 annual exceedance probability.
I think the in weighing up your own kind of apprehensions about the material used, again, I think it comes back to the point I was making earlier on. There is a wider debate about the use of these materials, but we are looking at we're not looking at that wider debate. We're looking at mitigating the impact of this particular development and what this particular development might actually, and what that impact actually is, and how significant any addition to the wider environment this development might make. And also in coming to your decision, you would need to bear in mind that the applicant is proposing to adopt best practice as recommended by DEFRA in the management of these microplastics. It's not for the planning system to kind of regulate the use of materials which other environmental bodies such as DEFRA and other regulatory bodies actually kind of permit the use of. So I think that's it's kind of one of these kind of fundamental points that planning shouldn't replicate the provisions of other regulations. So if the use of these materials has been sanctioned by other bodies whose job it is to regulate the use of those materials, then it's not our job as the local planning authority to try and introduce another set of regulations based on the principle of the use of the material.
Right, set off here.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, just following on from that, I just wondered, so basically what you were saying is that we have another balancing decision, judgment to make on this, because if try and formulate a question around this rather than make a statement. So if there are mitigation measures proposed, and you concluded that those impacts are acceptable, are councillors with our decision making here able to conclude that the evidence is insufficient or that the mitigation is uncertain? I think mitigation is uncertain because it relies on management, which is a real risk. So basically, is that is the decision that we're making?
I think there's 2 points that I would make to that. One comes back to my point about other regulation systems, and I would draw an analogy with mobile phones. And there's still an ongoing debate about the health impacts of mobile phones and the emissions from base stations, etc. Yet, it's very clear from a planning point of view that the impact of those systems are regulated by other bodies. So it's not for local planning authorities to kind of determine the health impacts of mobile phones, nor is it for local planning authorities to determine the impacts of microplastics when their use is regulated elsewhere. However, coming back to your point, yes, there is a decision to be made about the adequacy of conditions, but management conditions are not unusual, and we rely on them in many ways from a planning point of view, whether it's actually by simply conditioning opening hours, or a pub or a nightclub, and how outdoor staff manage things. We do use management conditions quite regularly, so they're pretty well established. The principle of relying on management conditions for mitigation is pretty well established from a planning practice point of view.
Okay, and these questions will only just come back to what you heard. Because we could do that in the discussion. Or did you submit a question?
Well, it is a question rather than a comeback. I think that's
it's down to individual councils to make up their mind if they.
But David suggested that made the comparison with mobile phones, and I think with microplastics, it's a tangible and known issue. And I get the point that you're making. And I suppose the question is with with that mitigation, are we obliged to accept that mitigation is acceptable? Or again, is that a balancing act? Because the other examples you used, so for example, opening hours for licensed premises would be known mitigation, known to be effective mitigation, because if you close a venue to prevent a harm, then there's no harm. But the microplastics, or potential microplastics, are there.
Well, how do we know? Can I just ask, how do we know they're harmful? Because all the research I've done and everything, they're not. So I was just wondering, like, I mean, you've got okay, we know this, we know that, but I don't. Because the research I've done is the other way around. None of these 3D football pitches anyway, but I think that's in the discussion we should come to, not for the question. Councillor Lovick. David, did you want quickly? Sarah?
Thank you, Chair. Just thinking about the issue that members are kind of grappling with here, I wonder whether as David said earlier, we are the local planning authority. We can apply the condition to the planning application permission if it's granted. We are also responsible for enforcing that. What we could potentially do, if members were minded or concerned about the adequacy of the mitigation, is write into the condition for the applicant to provide us with reports on how well that form of mitigation is going, which would then inform a decision of the council as to whether we would or wouldn't enforce and whether it would be in the public interest to do so. So I wouldn't look at it as so black and white as to say, you know, we must either accept that mitigation or not. There is the opportunity to say, okay, we accept in principle what you're saying, but we would like to see regular reporting of how well that mitigation is going, and we could secure that through the condition. I would also point out, as David said earlier, not only do we have the controls here as the local planning authority, but with the City Council also being the applicant, I'm pretty assured that we ourselves would not want to be running a feature that doesn't actually comply with its conditions and doesn't do what it says it's going to do. So I think we do have that double layer of control, particularly in how we manage a contractor who's going to run this premises on behalf of ourselves. So I think there are double layers of control, albeit some of those are sitting outside the planning process.
Councillor.
Yes, I was just going to confirm that, or ask for it to be confirmed that the management conditions would be part of the contract that we were going out to tender with for the management of these of the pitch.
Yes, they would be, and they're recommended conditions as part of the application, and as Sarah says, we'd enforce through the application and then we have the security of the applicant too.
Councillor.
Thank you, Chair. I promise, last two questions. So with regards to highways, I'm just wondering on point 74, it says that the plans haven't shown how the facility with multiple pit sizes has been explained in traffic and parking terms. Why not? And within the site, there is no segregated walking or cycle route. Could that be a condition that this committee puts on the application?
So in terms of that, the pitch query that you had, again, that comes back to sort of a more pragmatic approach to this and understanding really what that would look like, because until we understand how the operator would control, as Councillor Driver queried earlier in terms of hours, we don't know who's going to be visiting and when, but that is the case of the existing pitches on site anyway. So we considered that as part of the balance. The second part of your question, sorry.
So within the site,
oh yes, and if members felt it necessary to consider a condition that would separate walking and cycling routes, then that's within your control.
Ian, question?
Yes, please. Okay, last one. Unfortunately, my laptop shut down when I was reading some of the points. So I've got a question. The next one is done there. So I've got a question about, because this is funded by Levelling Up grant money. I just wondered if you can just cover it again, because I'm not able to read it, the way that this has been, the way that local people are ensured access to this through that Levelling Up process, because it did appear to be a paid for item. So where is the justification for the Levelling Up through the report? Thanks.
Sorry, could you rephrase your question? Because it kind of, what it sounds like at the moment is you ask me, the question is that what's the justification for the Levelling Up grant?
Sorry, I'd like to say my question has disappeared from my screen, so I'll try and rephrase it. And that is that there's Levelling Up money for this, and we would expect to have, therefore, access for local people to this facility. And I couldn't find it in the report. Perhaps it's there.
What guarantee have we got that people from our course will be allowed to use it?
Okay, I'd point you to paragraph 272, where there is a statement about ensuring that residents and lower incomes have discounted access to activities. I mean, in terms of assessing the planning application, it's not a requirement that that actually happens, because I don't believe that happens at the moment. And as was pointed out in the applicant's address, there is paid for access to the pitches at the moment. So that kind of level of control is outside the planning process.
Right, we're going to move on to discussion. You see what do questions? We've been doing questions for an hour and a bit. I don't think anyone. I mean, we should have got these ready before we came into the meeting. Really. We should have read the papers and asked, got questions and asked them.
No, I did. Yeah. We should just making way for other people.
So how many more you got, Amanda?
Just one more.
You just got one more. How many you got, Charlie?
I have got a clarification on that one, which I already had as a question, and then one other, I believe.
Okay, anyone else got any questions?
Technically, I have 5 more, but I thought I'd hold off on them just for your sake.
Thank God for that. Thank you. Amanda?
In point 56, it says that there'll be prioritisation of local users over external clubs. So I just wondered how that would be managed, and then also if it isn't viable as a business, like say for example there isn't the amount of interest that we'd hope, what happens to the site if it's not financially profitable?
Point 56 is part of the response from Friends of Slowwater Park group, so that's not a recommendation of the application, it was a point of clarification from them and a request.
So it's not going to be prioritised for local people. Okay.
The operators, so it's still out to tender, I understand, for the operator, so again that's outside of the process as to how the operator decides to control.
Charlie?
Yeah, sorry. So I was looking. We're all circling around the same area. I think I've got 2, but I'll start with that one. I think you've answered kind of what I was going to ask around it. Apart from, obviously with other things we've said we can put in a condition. Is that something we can put in a condition that a tenderer needs to, offer service for local people at a lower cost service? But given that if they can't, how are we justifying its levelling up money, which I think was what Ian was circling around earlier? That is specifically what that money is meant for. I'm not saying, we don't think we should give them that levelling up money, but if we can't say, this is specifically for and is specifically going to benefit those people, how are we justifying it? Just second question quickly, and then you can answer them both. Probably slightly easier. It's going back to something Councillor Knight was asking earlier as well, which was about the crumb and the fact that we've got these new laws coming in, or possibly got these new laws coming in. Now, obviously, you've demonstrated that the Anglia Water objection isn't going through. However, again, I thought I read it in here, but perhaps I read it elsewhere. I believe I'm right in saying that the crumb has to be replaced every however many years. I thought I read it as 8 years. I might be wrong. And I wondered whether, that has been looked at both in terms of the environmental impacts and who is responsible for that. So who's going to be responsible for getting rid of the crumb and making sure that we don't have any kind of leaking issues into the local environment. But also, secondly, if it gets to the point where it needs replacing, but suddenly the law has changed, or has changed over that time, have we been looking at, how we might be replacing that surface with something else that isn't banned? I know that's hypothetical, but I don't want the park to end up with a white elephant that's unusable in 10 years' time.
Lots more than comment. Anyone can.
Not the question was how. The last bit was a comment.
Okay, I think I got 2 questions. Well, I did get 2 questions from that. But I think the first one, this does come back to the point that Councillor Stephen made, is whether or not, to be honest, whether or not this scheme complies with the criteria for the Levelling Up Plan, that's got nothing to do with this committee. It's for the council corporately to satisfy itself that it complies with that. In terms of the justification for it, it's more from a planning point of view, it's about the provision of a facility within the geographical area of Marl Cross where this facility is currently lacking. And the fact that I think we've already made the point that there's paid access for the hire of the existing pitches. So the fact that there will be paid access for this pitch, which is better and has different facilities, doesn't necessarily change the fact that it's not free to use. But any other things which are kind of caught within the Levelling Up that have to be met from the point of view of meeting the requirements of the Levelling Up grant, that's kind of outside of the planning consideration. We don't need to secure them again through the planning consent.
Right.
Sorry, there was a point about the crumb, but do you want to go on Levelling Up Fund?
I was just going to talk about kind of access for Marl Cross residents. Paragraph 272 of the official report does say how kind of social value requirements will be built into the tender process. So it will be managed by the council through that corporate process, not through the planning.
Okay, move on to discussion.
Again, it's my understanding that the terms of the Football Foundation is that I don't have in front of me the lifespan of the crumb, but afterwards it's all fully recycled.
Discussion. Councillor Hampton.
Yeah, thank you. For me, this one, the balance is relatively clear, and I'll be voting in support of this. We're talking about high quality sports provision coming to an area with some of the highest levels of deprivation in the city and the region. And that's facilities that are going to be readily accessible to that community, as we've heard in planning terms, not least because of the geography, and brings the services here more in line with other areas of the city. So that community is not left behind, and people in Marl Cross should be able to benefit from the health and mental health well-being benefits these sort of facilities and sporting arrangements require, and the opportunities for, as the report says, social connection that's associated with that as well. And we've heard, although it may not be a material planning consideration, something we could control here today, as the report notes, the tender documentation does already address the need for the operator to address social value and local impact in the way that I think some people have been asking or getting at today. And I think there are other benefits to this, but we've maybe not touched upon as much. As planting, tree planting and landscape strategy here will be a benefit to the community. Cycle storage, Sheffield stands, cargo bike provision, etc. and of those kind of factors. But the other side of the balance, I think the one that's come out most prominently is the rubber crumb. But as far as I can see from the evidence we've got before us on this actual scheme, not whatever else independent research we may have done on kind of other pitches where the design may well be different, but this is one that's aligned to best practice design with mitigation measures, which yes will need to be managed going forward, but as we've heard, lots of planning applications we see have conditions and different mechanisms to how we monitor that. In this particular case, with the council's dual role, I've got a fair level of confidence that that can be done, and it's positive that Norfolk Wildlife Trust welcome this approach, as well as Natural England being supportive in what they've said. As I say, I'm fairly comfortable that the balance is well and truly kind of in favour of the benefits that this would bring in planning terms and more broadly, quite frankly. Thank you.
Councillor Laws.
Thank you, Chair. Again, I've 2 points to confirm that. We've heard what the objectors have said, and we've listened to that. But I'm happy with the level of consultation that Mark Brown described. To repeat Emma's point that Natural England and Wildlife Trust don't object to this scheme. As I was endeavouring to point out earlier on, most of the park will still be available for members of the public coming out freely. The artificial pitch separately does allow much heavier use than a normal grass pitch, as I understand it. And while it is a separate area of the park, and there is value in purely informal play, like we turn up and play with mates, there is also further value in organised sport, which this would facilitate. It does represent, I think as we've also heard, enhanced facilities to level up, use that term firstly, level up right across to the same area, level of facilities as other parts of Norwich. And in terms of access, we've had a discussion about availability to local people. I would see, having said most of the parks still available to anyone who wants to come, I would see this part of the scheme as more aimed at clubs and societies where sort of individual access is less of an issue. So I would be voting in support of the application.
Okay, Councillor
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I'm not particularly happy about the rubber crumb, but as we've heard, I think the best option here is to make sure that there are, we put some recommendations in. What I would recommend is that we do have those checks, those reports of, of the rubber crumb, and making sure that we are not contaminating the environment with them. I would also recommend that there is a segregated walking or cycling route provided as well. Yeah, those are my 2 recommendations.
Thank you. Councillor Sainz.
Thank you very much, Chair. I will be voting in favour of this. It should be noted that the ecological provisions, I think, have been well thought out and well made in terms of the broader Slow Bottom Park. The facility is in the heart of Mile Cross, and this means that the people who have most ease of access will be Mile Cross residents, in particular Mile Cross youth, which means they're going to have access to not only excellent playing facilities, but of course change rooms, and also the opportunity for expert coaching in terms of various sports activities. I dare say it's not going to be just soccer, but probably some other sports as well. One of the other things that impresses me, despite the concerns about the type of substrate on the pitch, what this does give, I'm a former teacher of both athletics and sports and things, and coaching a number of different things. This gives a surface which is going to minimise the effects of impact on both soft tissue and hard tissue as people play on this, it's going to provide some benefits. I mean, I've had a theory, for example, about Andy Murray, his early tennis career playing on asphalt tennis courts, I think laid down the foundation for his later problems with his hips and knees, leading to knee and hip replacements. This sort of surface is going to provide a great sort of surface for children and probably some older people to play on, which will minimise any kind of sports injuries.
Councillor Lovett.
Yes, I will admit to having reservations. I think it was about a year ago when perhaps it was Steve here that sent emails to councillors and asked generally what we thought about artificial pitches, and I might have said that I wasn't so happy with them. I didn't sign any petition. But on reading the report today and seeing the information in there, and knowing that there are management processes that can mitigate, and I think the offer of some sort of testing at whatever interval to see how that's going, whether it can be improved or whatever. I think I'll be satisfied with that. And it's interesting what you've just said, Mike, about helping to stop injury. This sort of surface. It's very difficult. You can't be clear cut about these things. You have to make up your mind about bringing good facilities that are useful all the year round, or to people, or depriving them of facilities just because of potential issues. And here's what might happen in a 6-8 years' time. We might have some other suitable material instead of the plastic, but it's used widely throughout the British Isles. And when I saw that the Norfolk Wildlife Trust had taken the attitude that yes, it's okay with the mitigation, and that was good enough for me. And so I will be supporting this application, and thank the officers for the hard work they've put in, because I think it was about a year ago that this is, well, probably more than that, but it's so important that we do work hard to ensure equality throughout Norwich. Thank you.
Councillor Kane.
Yeah, thank you very much. Just a few things to say. So firstly, I do want to point out that there are lots of other things in this development that we haven't talked about. This is obviously the one big issue. Redeveloping the pavilion and stuff like that. And I really hope that can be done to the benefit of local people with low-cost food and stuff like that. We've got lots of allotments around, and I'm hoping the community engagement continues. I think where some of the upset around community engagement comes from is nothing to do with the officers here. It's to do with how this money was given. It was a government that was about to lose Norwich North and thought, oh, we know what we'll do, we'll throw it. In my opinion, we know what we'll do, we'll throw a load of money at Norwich North, and we then have to quickly decide what that money is going to be spent on and how we're going to get the funding for it. And so it is a real shame that it means local people don't get the consultation earlier in the process than the decision. Sorry for those ramblings, I will come to the point. I still have concerns around the Grum. It's mainly to do with the location, just so close to the marshes. I think it is really important to note that so does the Norfolk Wildlife Trust still have some concerns around this. They're not saying, oh yes, this is brilliant, well done. I fully agree with Councillor Knight. Putting those strict rules in place will go a long way and is definitely needed. And I personally at the moment, however, cannot see any material reasons within the structures that we've got to vote against. So I'll be abstaining but based purely on lack of material reasons.
Councillor Stupy.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, clearly there'll be some benefits to this scheme. Some to the locals, but mainly a wider benefit to the city. But for me, I'm still concerned that the microplastic pollution and impacts on nearby habitats have not been sufficiently demonstrated to be mitigated. And if members are minded to vote in favour of this, I suggest that those conditions are strengthened so that the investigations into ongoing pollution and pollutants is not self-policed, but actually policed by the authority. Evidently not listening to what I'm saying right now. So I am concerned. I think I will vote against this, but should those conditions be strengthened so that the operator does not self-police their own management, then it may be more acceptable, but I have to vote against.
Councillor Fox.
Yeah, I share that position. I just can't vote for something that has this level of environmental risk with the operator policing themselves, I'm afraid.
Councillor Maguire.
Thank you, Chair. I'm strongly minded to vote in favour of this. I think Councillor Sand's comments about oval joints and these all-weather pictures are very true. I do find it easy running on them, and I did damage my knee while running on turf at the same place that Deborah mentioned at the Nest. I think also when it was introduced at the Nest, there was some carryover to start with, but that has stopped. Now, it might be we've carried it all over and there's no crumb left in the place, but I think there has been more careful management of it. And I think that is, it's not such a problem as one would imagine. I think also the very fact that we're taking all these old, used car tyres out of the dumps and potentially leaching from them makes actually this use of crumb beneficial. And I'm pleased to hear that they can even recycle the final contents when the crumb is changed over. So for those reasons, and in terms of balance, those benefits, those community benefits are far greater, and I'm minded to vote for this. Thank you.
Yeah. Well, I'm definitely going to vote in favour of this as well. I can't see that escaping into the marshes. I mean, I was just looking at the map, there must be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 football pitches in between, then a skateboard park, then a road, then a caravan site, then the marshes. I just can't see it getting that far. You might as well say that's gone into the River Wensum at Holston. You know what I mean? It's gone that far. I mean, that's miles, that's getting about a mile away. So I can't see that doing any damage there. I was watching the football last night. Anyone watched Norwich last night or the night before? Last night?
Did they win?
Yeah, they won 2-1. And it was on a plastic and grass pitch. That's all involved. And no, I don't see who regulates that. It's been there for years. They started off trying with a plastic pitch, that didn't work. Then they had grass and plastic. That's been there ever since, and it's all involved in. You should have to cut it every day. But that might have been a different kind of pitch they could use on this. Environmental-wise, it would stop people going from our course all the way up to Belfort to have a game of football in their cars. They just walk across from the estates. So you're saving on transport links and stuff like that as well. So that's ideal. And Belfort, they've got hardly anything going on. I mean, what you two do is fantastic. Nothing against that at all. And what they do as well is there's lots of good stuff. But there was consultation with the youngsters were there. Well, it was. And the youngsters can actually speak up to the officers as well. So I know the youngsters definitely want it, and I know that I do, so they talk to me. And I don't live in Malcross. So I definitely know that. But I think with all the extra facilities which you're going to need with this, but the pavilion, car park redone, all this lot, sports park, skateboard bit done, and everything, it will all come later. But you need this to financial, I think. So I'm definitely voting in favour of the Malcross must be going, yes, about time this money was spent involved. You don't want £7.5 million spent in Malcross. You rather give it to, well, give it to me in Lakeland, what I love it. Fantastic. But I will be voting for to stay in Malcross. Ian.
Yes, thank you. I omitted to give my reasoning for voting against, which was DM8, natural environment, protects biodiversity and ecological networks, GNLP policy 3, green infrastructure, protecting infrastructure and environmental quality, and MPPF paragraph 180, I think, which requires planning decisions to minimise impacts on biodiversity and pollution. They would be my reasons, but I'm not going to put a motion forward to refuse because reading the room, I believe probably it needs to go the other way and see how that goes.
Thank you. We will move to vote this, and we know the recommendation moved yet or anything, our solicitor will say something. Sorry, got told.
Chair, thank you. I just want to be clear that members are coming to this. I need members to confirm they're coming to this with an open mind, and that members have listened to the debate and the report and the presentation by officers, and any decision that's taken today is taken with an open mind, bearing in mind all the information that's been shared with you.
Councillor
Can I just ask what prompted that question when we didn't have that question for the last item?
The point of that question is as a result of what I've heard in the room just now, and I want the clarification that members have come to the decision when they arrive at that decision with an open mind.
And do we need to take this out of the building to another place?
No, I just just in case that was directed at me or any of
No,
my
Councillor
colleagues.
Stoodley, it wasn't directed at you.
Okay. I would like to confirm that I have an open mind and always do when I come into these committees.
Councillor Kane, you want to talk?
Yeah, I just want to confirm that as well, obviously considering what happened at the beginning. I just want to say that, just to once again clarify that, I know Steve and Debbie because they are residents of Malcross. I have asked various residents of Malcross, what do you think about this development, good or bad, with no, I think it's bad. What do you think? I found my job was to listen to residents and speak to them. I pride myself on knowing Malcross residents, on, striking up good relationships with them, which was why I think, I didn't even see whether it was Steve or Debbie, I'm guessing it was Steve, which is why I think Steve decided to pass me a note earlier. I had no idea that either of them were going to be here today. And although I have discussed with them the development, I haven't said, I'm going to vote. I mean, I was saying I'm abstaining. Now, if I had discussed it with them previously, I would have said I'm going to vote against. I came into this meeting with concerns about only about this one issue and how the people of Malcross, whether it would benefit them as a constituency with 47% fuel poverty, I believe, whether they would be able to afford it. And actually, I feel a lot better going out of this meeting than I did coming in, but I still just feel I have those concerns. And that's my only reasoning. And I just thought it was really important that I was clear there because of that whole situation.
Thank you. Could I ask someone to read out the recommendations? So there's one or two things you want to be put in for assurances. Is that correct? Did anyone write them down? What about monitoring?
Yeah, so
and stuff?
I think there was a suggested condition that Sarah put forward around requesting regular reports on the monitoring
of microplastic pollution.
Yep. For clarity, I think it was an enhancement to condition 12 around compliance with the, I can't remember the wording of it now, the infill containment measures and for regular monitoring to be submitted to the council in terms of how successful that is being. So one of them certainly was around strengthening condition 12. I think there was another suggestion from Councillor Knights about walking and cycling routes, but I will defer to David and Gemma as to which condition that might apply to or whether we can do that.
Shoulder lights on the park anyway, can we?
I was just going to kind of ask the question because I think the
That could be individually switched.
no, sorry, Chair. I think the point was about walking and cycling routes, and it was prompted by the highways comments. I think it was paragraph 77. Within the site, there is no segregated walking or cycling route. That wasn't the county council's final position, but notwithstanding that, there obviously is the ability to kind of strengthen the connectivity within, but that specifically refers to within the site. I'm just wondering if you can help us to understand what that would actually involve. So that didn't translate through into the county council's final comments.
Let me quickly review it.
Ian, did you want to come in now? Or
yes, well, Councillor Knight is searching for that. I'm just going to ask for confirmation of whether it would be the operator that provides the regular updates on the pollution potential.
I would say it probably would be to the local planning authority, not to the council as a whole. So I would say that they would supply that to the LPA so we can ensure compliance with the condition and understand whether there's harm as a result of a lack of management of the infill. That will then feed any decision we make about whether there's a failure to comply with that condition and whether it's expedient to take any enforcement action in the public interest. So it would be the operator sending the local planning authority that information.
Okay, so how will that be tested for accuracy?
Thank you. I mean, we'll need to do spot checks as well as the local planning authority. So once we receive those reports, I think we need to go and check that they match with what we actually observed on site.
Okay, thank you.
Just if I can maybe help Councillor Knight, the plan that's on the screen at the moment, if the paths that link to the existing entrance, which are shown on the screen, can you just zoom in on that, please? They are shared use.
Yeah, so the Norwich cycling campaign recommends that the shared use diagonal path needs to be widened to 3 metres to ensure there is no conflict between pedestrians and cyclists. I think that is a more comprehensive recommendation. It also says on 101 that people entering the park on bikes shouldn't come into contact with motorised traffic. So is there a way that we can put a condition to make sure that cyclists coming off of the highway into the park are safe?
Has there been any accidents on the park where folks have run over people?
I like bikes.
Have you run over anyone?
Am I voting for it?
No, have you run over anyone on the park?
Have I run over anyone on a bike?
3 metres.
How is that relevant?
That's what you said.
Well, it's the recommendation of the Norwich cycling campaign, is it not?
Yeah.
I
mean, we can put a condition on that finalises bearing in mind the cycling campaign's comments, we can put a condition on that requires the final design of those pathways to be agreed with a view to getting them increased in width. Yeah.
That sounds great.
Well, you couldn't take a bike on a park. Yes, Lord. Okay, we'll move to the recommendation. Recommendation is what's been said by our officers.
So just to clarify, the recommendations are to strengthen condition 12, that the regular monitoring reports are submitted to the local planning authority by the operator. Apologies,
I've got the wording slightly wrong. And then the second one was to request that details of the cycling and walkways are submitted, designs of the, within the site, within the application site, were the two conditions that were proposed.
Okay, have I got a second of that? Yeah. Thank you. All those in favour, please show.
Okay, so that is a recorded vote. So voting in favour, Councillors Driver, Mike Sands, Councillor Hampton, Councillor Knight, Councillor Maguire, Councillor Lubbock, Councillor Laws, and Councillor Smith.
Anyone against?
That's Councillor Stootley.
Okay.
Oh, sorry, Councillor Fox.
And extensions? Thank you. That's okay.
Councillor Kane. Okay, thank you.
That's been approved. Thank you very much. And that brings us to the end of the planning committee. Thank you all for your patience.